Thank you very much, Chair. We're now live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello and welcome to this meeting of South Cambridgeshire District Council, whether you are attending remotely or in person. My name is Councillor Anna Bradnam and I'm Chair of South Cambridgeshire District Council. My Vice Chair is Councillor Peter Fain. There are just a few housekeeping announcements. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, but we also allow recording, filming and photography so long as proceedings at the meeting are not disrupted. We also allow the use of social media during the meeting to bring council issues to the attention of a wider audience. To minimise disturbance to others attending the meeting, please switch your phone or other mobile device to silent or vibrate. For those participating at the meeting who are present in the chamber, your microphones should please be kept switched off unless you are invited to speak. For those participating remotely, when you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure that your microphone and cameras are switched on, and then when you finish addressing the meeting, please turn both off. Please would members who are attending remotely indicate a wish to speak through a chat message in the Teams meeting. Those present in the chamber should indicate they wish to speak by raising their hand. I'll ask the Vice Chair to note the order of speakers both virtually and in the room. The chat facility should not be used for any other purposes except where necessary to write down a simple amendment. Complex amendments should have been shared with Democratic Services in advance of the meeting. When we move to a vote on any item and there is not clear affirmation, I will state that a recorded vote will be taken. Members in the chamber will then vote electronically, selecting for, against or abstain, and the result will be displayed on the display boards. Officers have confirmed that the meeting is quorate and that we can proceed. So, firstly, item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence? Mr. Francis.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors Stephen Drew, Peter Sanford and William Jackson-Wood.
Thank you very much. Are there any other apologies from group leaders? No, okay. And are there any members who are participating remotely? No, okay, thank you very much. So item 2 is declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare in relation to any item of business on the agenda? Thank you. I can see Councillor Stobart, Councillor Heather Williams, Councillor James Hobro, and did Councillor Mark Howell put his hand up as well? Okay. So firstly then, Councillor Stobart.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a director of the two partnerships, South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership and South Cambridgeshire Projects. I've discussed the agenda with the monitoring officer, and we feel that it's best that I leave the council chamber and don't participate in the discussion for all of item 8. So I intend to leave after item 7, and I hope to return before item 9.
We will miss you for that. So, next one, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly, and there is reference to them through the report. So for transparency, I'm declaring that interest.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I am a member of Cambridgeshire County Council, and it has a tendency to pop up in the most unexpected of places throughout the agenda.
Thank you very much. I think a number of us are members of County Council. Can I just point out, if you've got it in registered on your register of interests, there's no need to declare. Councillor Ellington.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a ratepayer for Swavesey byways rates, and therefore it's non-pecuniary interest, but I think I just need to say it's Swavesey byways, my village.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fain.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am a director of Shah Homes, which is there's a payment to Shah Homes in item 8I, so I will be withdrawing for that item and standing down as Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hobro.
Thank you, Chair. So through my membership of this council, I'm a non-executive director of Ermine Street Housing, and having discussed this with the monitoring officer, I will be stepping out for item 8 as well.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Nieto?
I will be stepping out of 8G, the housing review account budget, because I will be impacted by it. So I will be
8G,
stepping down.
was that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that's everybody. Have I taken everybody? Good. And can I remind you, members, that you need to keep your register of interests up to date, and please inform Democratic Services of any changes. Just one moment, please. Councillor van der Veer, when you've had a chance to sit down, do you have any interests that you wish to declare? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so moving on then. Item 4 is the minutes, which can be found on pages 7 to 36 of the agenda. And we would normally seek to approve the minutes, but members, do you have any amendments to the minutes? I'll go through them. There are quite a lot of pages, so I will go through them fairly swiftly, but I'll be lenient about taking pauses. So, pages 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the written answers on page 21 and 27, just to note that we haven't received written answers for all those things. I'm just asking if Chair can ensure that we get answers to written questions as quickly as possible for future meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Heather Williams. I understood some of those might have been emailed to you, but perhaps not all. Can we clarify that they will be sent? Thank you. So, moving on, page 22, 23, pages 24 and 25, pages 26 and 27, pages 20, something strange has happened to the hat noise, 27, 28 and 29, 30 and 31, 32 and 33, 34 and 35. So with that amendment, I propose that we accept the minutes as recorded. There are no amendments. Do we agree? Can I take that by affirmation?
Chair, perhaps I could second that before we vote.
Oh, thank you. And Councillor Fain has kindly seconded that for me. Thank you. So by affirmation, members. So that's the minutes of the 24th of November 2022, recorded as a correct record by affirmation. Announcements. The first is that I would like to make an announcement, and that is of the death of former councillor Richard Summerfield, who was a district councillor for Milton from 1995 to 2006 as an independent, and then from 2006 to 2010 as a Liberal Democrat. He served on this council's first cabinet, alongside the first two leaders, Councillor Daphne Spink and then Councillor Sebastian Kindersley. And our officer, Patrick Adams, was kind enough to point out to me he took a keen interest in financial matters of the council, and the then finance director, Greg Harlock, used to assure councillors that the latest financial figures had been Summerfielded, which was nice. So thank you. Leader, I believe you might have an announcement too.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chair. This is the first time we've met as a full council since the very sad death of John Lovelock, so I thought it appropriate just to say a very few words. Much has been said, all of it lovely, and some of us were able to attend John's funeral quite recently, which was a real celebration of a very full and valued life. And it was especially lovely to hear how both he and his family were so proud that he'd become a district councillor in May. You know, that was reiterated again and again. It was a great sense of pride in him, and his family continued that great sense of pride in what he'd been able to achieve and all that he had done for his community in the short time that he was a district councillor. So, you know, I have said it before and I'll say it again. If I was asked to produce a template of the perfect district councillor, John would have been that template. We could do with more of him and we will miss him desperately.
So, members, I'd like to propose a moment's silence to remember councillors past and including councillors Summerfield and Lovelock. Thank you, members. Members, I think we may have another announcement from Councillor Handley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This Friday marks the first anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the war, as we all know, continues with little sign that it will end soon. Later in the meeting, I'll be answering a question on the Council's response to the Ukraine crisis. But I'd like to put things into context now, if I may. This district has had the largest number of Ukrainian guests of any district, approaching 800. And we're very grateful, not only to the people of South Cambridgeshire who've risen to the challenge of hosting these refugees, but also to the officers of the council who reacted, well, quite magnificently to the challenges of managing the Homes for Ukraine scheme. I'm sure that members will join me in thanking them for all their hard work and determination. I understand that there is to be a national minute's silence to be held on this coming Friday, which is the first anniversary, at 11 o'clock, and that is certainly something that I will observe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Handley. So, just checking, does the Leader of the Council doesn't have any announcements. Okay, so moving on to item 6, which is questions from the public. We received one request from a member of the public to make a statement, which was refused as it didn't accord with the public speaking scheme. We have also had a question from a member of the public which has been published as a supplementary item to the agenda. Can Mr. Nick Burton let us know if he's in attendance? Thank you very much, Mr. Burton. And you have 3 minutes to speak. Do proceed with your question.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the time. This is in relation to items 16 and 18A on your agenda. The background to the question is on the 28th of April 2022, Councillor Smith posted the following statement on her Facebook page immediately prior to the local election at which she was a candidate, obviously for the area of Gamblingay. A few people have asked me what the ARC is as a result of a rather strange flyer entitled Stop the ARC being put through some letterboxes in the village. So in a nutshell, this was a government project launched in 2017, which now appears to have been completely ditched by Mr. Gove MP. It was never really clear what the scheme was about, but the government did backtrack pretty quickly on discussion of 1 million new homes to create a UK Silicon Valley between Oxford and Cambridge when they realised that every council, including South Cambridgeshire, opposed it. You won't be surprised to learn that this is all a nonsense, and I'm at loss to understand why this anonymous group thinks it's worthwhile to leaflet Gamblingay. Councillor Smith was the nominated South Cambridgeshire District Council representative on the ARC Leaders Group and the leader of the Environmental Working Group, and remains as part of the Shadow Board. She was therefore part of the management group, directly responsible for deciding what the ARC was about. The original National Infrastructure Commission sponsored 2018 report, which I included an extract of the appropriate map, suggested that Cambridgeshire, which in their case excluded Peterborough and Fenland, needed 80,000 houses for natural growth, but 128,000 additional houses for the transformational growth required to meet the Arts objective, all by 2050. An additional 63,000 were expected to be forced on local authorities by land shortages. The South Cambridgeshire / Cambridge City, for their joint local plan, share of these figures is 53% based on the 2021 census. Over the 32 years to 2050, that would have been 1,300 houses per annum for natural growth, an additional 2,100 for transformational growth, 3,400 per year. The new local plan from the local councils proposes 57,000 by 2041. That's 3,560 per annum, and that Councillor Smith and her colleagues would therefore be on target to achieve their share of the 1 million houses allegedly required for the transformation, which she said they do not support. However, there is no government funding in the recently announced Oxford-Cambridge partnership, with the vast sum of £2.5 million, for the necessary infrastructure, services, water, sewage, GP surgeries, schools, etc., which are already inadequate, as is regularly public stated, for the current level of development. In view of this background, and with the benefit of hindsight, would Councillor Smith now consider her Facebook post above to be at least misleading, and also explain what development proposed Oxford-Cambridgeshire partnership is seeking to deliver, if not the excessive housing her local plan proposes? Because at the moment, the council seems to be invited to sign, quite literally, a pig in a poke. You want investment, you want environmental principles, but for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Burton. The leader, would you like to respond?
Thank you. I'll stand up so I can see you. So thank you, Mr. Burton, for coming all this way, and thank you very much for your question. I'm pleased to be able to clarify some matters. So at the time of writing, Mr. Gove had indeed indicated that what had been known as the Oxford-Cambridge Art would no longer be taken forward by the government. Now, since then, and partly in response to the Levelling Up White Paper, which talks about pan-regional partnerships, a more locally led partnership has actually received the government funding you referred to, and admittedly only £2.5 million thus far. And that, as you reference, is set out in item 16 of this agenda. So my involvement in the Oxford-Cambridge partnership is in the Environment Working Group, of which I lead, and I've led on the environment since 2018, since I became council leader. And when I became council leader, the environment wasn't a high priority, and since my involvement, it now is a very high priority. So this working group has continued to push for significant environmental improvements across the region at a strategic level, ensuring that we make the most of the opportunities for large-scale environmental improvements and for more joined-up working across all the authorities. We're all of us limited by our boundaries, but working across boundaries allows us to address some environmental issues at scale. So the Oxford-Cambridge partnership has two key work strands, the economy and the environment. And it aims to harness both the incredible talent and innovation across the region, and that's the whole way across. It's not just Oxford and Cambridge, it's Milton Keynes, it's Bedford, it's Bicester, it's all the places in between. And so championing, there's an opportunity to champion the region as a world leader in research and innovation in high-tech, high-performance technology and manufacturing, and acting to achieve exemplary environmental, sustainable and inclusive growth. So you make reference, Mr. Burton, to housing numbers, and if I could just clarify the situation here. This council has not relied upon the work of others to determine the housing numbers that are going to be required from now into the future in order to ensure that we make sufficient provision for jobs here, to encourage our economy to grow, but also to make sure that we have sufficient housing for the people working in those jobs. And those people are not going to be commuting in vast distances by car further damaging our environment. So we commission our own evidence on housing need, and our evidence looks at how the greater Cambridge economy, that's Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire, not the OCP region, will grow in the future. And anyone reviewing the evidence that we published a few weeks ago will be able to see the methodology that's been employed and the efforts made by our officers to provide the most accurate forecast possible for what will happen across the what will happen to jobs across the area up until 2041. And our recently published evidence concludes that in addition to the 37,200 homes already provided for in the local plan that was adopted in 2018, economic growth in the area means that we need to plan for a further 19,700 additional homes. You know, this area has bucked the trend of COVID. You know, the COVID effect here has actually precipitated growth, particularly in pharma and biomed. So in the first proposals consultation in 2021, we've already suggested sites for where some 11,500 of these new homes could be delivered. But we've also identified challenges, particularly in respect to future water supply. And this council is absolutely clear that until we can secure greater certainty around the resolution of this matter of water supply, we cannot commit to any more homes beyond those which are in the current local plans. But it's important, as I've already referenced, that we recognise that not providing enough homes to meet the needs of the workforce has serious consequences. We already have greatly inflated rents, greatly inflated house prices, carbon emissions due solely to transport that are 25% above the national average. So we don't want to force people to live elsewhere because of the house prices and the rents, and to commute into South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge City, doing further damage to our climate and our environment, and impacting on our ability to move this area to zero carbon. So as a responsible council with a good track record of partnership working, we have numerous partnerships and we are considered a good partner. That's why we seek to use every avenue we can, including through this emerging pan-regional partnership, to work with other councils, to work with universities, to work with business, and most importantly, for these big strategic issues, to work with government, to identify the infrastructure required in this area to deliver really sustainable growth. And the Oxford-Cambridge Partnership, given much of it is planned at a scale much greater than district councils, will help us do that. And that allows us to lobby government with one locally represented voice across a large area. And for us to do that, use that voice to lever critical funding from government which is required to underpin future sustainable growth in our area. Sorry, that was rather long.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Burton, do you have a supplementary question? Would you like to put your microphone on?
I beg your pardon. I think the simple one would be, if you find that you cannot sustain the water supplies for the level of growth, which I wasn't quite sure which local plan, but a local plan would cap you at, are you therefore going to recommend that the investment is moved elsewhere?
Sorry, could you just repeat the last bit of that sentence? Am I going to recommend...
If you discover that the growth is capped by water supplies, particularly in the Cambridge area, and I understand you're even considering desalination plants as an option now, would you therefore see you would recommend the investment is made elsewhere?
So, we've already made it quite clear in a meeting recently of our Overview and Scrutiny Committee and this council that water supply was absolutely critical to being able to deliver any housing over and above that in the current adopted plans for Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire. There has to be a solution. You can't build houses or businesses for which there is not water. And we cannot see further damage done to our valuable rivers and chalk streams. So we've already made that commitment, And that's absolutely clear in all the documentation that we've published as part of our local plan. So and it is not in our power alone to solve the water issues. District councils can't build desalination plants. That's for the water companies and for government to crack that nut. So we know there are plans for 2 new reservoirs, one of which we think we know where it is, the other we haven't a clue, but also to be piping water down from Lincolnshire. I suspect there isn't a single answer to this. I think it's got to be a menu of solutions in order that we don't have any single points of failure over water. But we've made it quite clear that the water is the biggest issue here that will prevent us meeting the need for growth in this area. But we must not forget that Greater Cambridge, similarly with Oxfordshire, this is the engine for growth in the UK. We are net contributors. So the government, I don't imagine the government want to see anything hindering the growth in this area, but they've got to do their bit. So this is a call upon government that they've got to step up and help us with either as a district council alone or as part of the Oxford-Cambridge partnership, which is where I think we will have more clout to solve these big strategic issues. And as I said to you when we had a chat before, I'm always more than happy to come and talk to your group anytime. It would be a pleasure, and I'll do my best to answer any questions. Obviously, I think you know by now that the Oxford-Cambridge partnership now has a website. Things are going to be far more in the public domain, which I and the other leaders across the area think is very, very important as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leader. And thank you for your question, Mr. Burton. You're welcome to stay if you wish. Thank you. So, moving on to item 7, which is petitions. I understand no petitions have been received. Okay, thank you. Item 8A, we start on a number of papers which Councillor John Williams will be responding to. The first of which is the medium-term financial strategy 2023 to 2028, which is on page 37 of our agenda. And I'll call on Councillor John Williams, Lead Cabinet Member for Resources, to present the report and move the recommendation. Thank you. And Councillor Hobro is leaving.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just wait for the members to leave the chamber. Thank you. I move the recommendations in the report. I would draw members' attention to Appendix B on page 63, which lays out the medium-term financial strategy in tabular form and gives you the figures for the coming 5 years. You will, of course, see some good news compared to the previous MTFS, that our predicted outturn, the prediction of profit or of surplus or deficit over those 5 years, has been reduced from just over 6 million to just under 4 million. However, that is the good news. We continue, however, to be faced with the possibility of the fair funding review, which we now see has slipped back again to 2025-26. And you'll see in that table a significant reduction in our retained business rates. That's the 40% of business rates that we retain from the business rates we collect on behalf of the government. And you'll see, therefore, that we're looking at some just over 5.8 million drop in business rate income, which we're predicting as a result of that fair funding review. So although the outturn figure of 3.944 is better than the 6 million that we were predicting 6 months ago, we are still looking at a deficit situation. And therefore, it is important that we continue to ensure that our council tax income is kept up and that we continue to raise council tax over the next 5 years in accordance with this plan to ensure that we minimise that deficit as much as we can. Otherwise, you can see there that very much the rest of it is very much as previously predicted, and that, as I say, the change is basically the outcome of the loss that we are going to make. We're going to make less of a loss over those 5 years, but nevertheless, we are still forecasting a loss, and therefore we mustn't give up on ensuring that we maximise council tax income and that we continue with our transformation policy where we are looking to improve productivity of the council, and we're looking to make savings of at least £2 million in that area to ensure that we save as well as increase our income. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Williams. Do you have a seconder?
Chair, I would like to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
No, thank you, Chair.
You'll reserve your right. Thank you. Okay, so members, does anybody wish to make a comment on that? Thank you, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. If I can draw members' attention to page 41, paragraph 25. Chair, and particularly to the line in relation to savings and incomes, as the Leader Member for Finance has outlined, or resources, sorry, I think you're now known as, to the 2 million. And I just wanted to recite some of the caution that we've been given in previous years. So 4 years ago, on page 175 of our then agenda pack, it said, whilst the Council has a record of identifying and delivering savings through service reviews and value for money improvements, many such savings have already been delivered, and it is becoming more difficult to identify and deliver further savings and efficiencies. The year after that, so 3 years ago from today, on page 32, para 37, it stated, savings. It is inevitably more difficult to continue to reduce costs and put in place savings after an extended period of reduced funding without impact on service provision. Chair, I feel very uncomfortable supporting this in its current form, given those warnings that we have had over previous years. And what we see today, it does make me question and challenge and uncomfortable with the assertion that we can make £2 million more savings. So I'm afraid that I have real concerns that if we were to proceed ahead with this, there will be, as was told to us 3 years ago, a real impact on quality of service for residents, the service they deserve, and inevitably those savings wouldn't be able to be found, and that a wider black hole in the budget could be created, and therefore I would not see it as responsible for myself to support this proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members wishing to speak? I can't see any. So in that case, we'll proceed to a vote. Councillor John Williams, do feel free to sum up. Do we need to take a seconder? Councillor John Williams, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Well, the world moves on, of course, and what we've found with the use of new technology, that we can continue to find productivity improvements using artificial intelligence, using better ways that our residents can make contact with this council, enables us to actually find savings without affecting the quality of our services to our residents. I'm quite confident that we can continue to find savings we can also continue to find income, additional income, and that as a result, we can achieve these figures. As I say, the big unknown, and it's been an unknown now for the last 6 years, has been short-term government policy towards local government. The fact that local government it's impossible for local government to plan beyond what's going to happen in the next year. You know, every year we wait for the settlement in December. We never know exactly what that settlement's going to be. It makes it extremely difficult for us to be able to plan in the medium and long term. However, so we have to apply caution, and we have to look at the worst case scenario, and therefore we have always written into the 5-year financial strategy the possibility of a fair funding review that will see our business rate income being significantly reduced. And, and yes, every year it hasn't happened and we've had to push it back, but every year we are told by government that it is going to happen. So we have to make allowance for it. Clearly, if it wasn't going to happen, then we would end up with a surplus at the end of the 5-year period. But it would be very dangerous of us to assume that that is not going to happen. So we have to ensure that we put that in our medium-term financial strategy. But as our officers have demonstrated over the years, that with their support, we have been able to greatly improve the productivity of this council, and we will continue to improve the productivity of this council whilst delivering a high-quality service to our residents.
Thank you, Councillor John Williams. Councillor Peter MacDonald, would you like to?
Chair, thank you. Yes, nothing to add in addition to what Councillor Williams already said.
I'm sorry. I just noticed that Councillor Bygott had asked to speak. Would you mind, Councillor MacDonald, if I enable Councillor Bygott to speak? Sorry, I hadn't seen you ask.
Thank you, Chairman. So on page 41, on paragraph 25 of this item, there is a table showing future years.
Councillor Bygott, could you just speak up a little bit or bring your microphone a bit closer?
I'll bring it closer.
For the people who are listening.
Is that better?
Yep, it's better, thank you.
So my question is this realistic, or are we masking the likelihood that the budget gap will get even bigger? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor John Williams, do you want to respond? It's the table in paragraph.
Yes, thank you. Well, I would refer you to, we do test this against various scenarios, and that, the worst case scenario could suggest that we could be over £10 million in the red, or we could be under £1 million in the red. That demonstrates the uncertainty that local government faces, because national government does not give us the certainty of being able to properly forecast what will happen, not just in 10 years' time or 5 years' time, but what's going to happen next year. And until local government gets that medium to long-term ability to forecast based on what the government is expecting us to do, then no one can say with any certainty what will happen in 5 years' time or what the deficit or surplus will be over those 5 years. All we can do is make the best possible assumptions based on the evidence that's before us and that we've had in the past. So, yes, the deficit could be more, or the deficit could be less. You know, we are where we are, and this is the best forecast that we can make at this moment in time.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Williams. Councillor Peter MacDonald.
Nothing to add, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything further to add, Councillor Williams?
No, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, I am going to go to the vote. So, can I ask Aaron to set up the voting system, please? We need to look at recommendation 8A on the medium-term financial strategy for 2023 to 2028. And this is A, acknowledge that the projected changes in service spending and the overall resources available to the Council over the medium term 2025 to 2028. And B, approve the refreshed medium-term financial strategy at Appendix A and the updated financial forecast at Appendix B. Members, if you are in favour, firstly indicate that you're present by pressing the blue button. If you're in favour, press the green button, and if you wish to vote against that, press the red button. If you wish to abstain, press the button with an X on it. Thank you. Has everybody successfully voted? Can I just check with Aaron if anybody has not been able to? We're up to 37.
I think that is now everybody, Chair.
Thank you. So we can see from the display that that's 28 in favour, 9 against, so that is carried. Thank you very much, Aaron. So moving on to item 8B, which is the new build housing strategy for 2020 to 2025, and this is an update, and I call upon Councillor John Batchelor, the lead Cabinet Member for Housing, to present the report and move the recommendation. Councillor Batchelor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very pleased to move the recommendation here. What we're looking at is a refresh of the new build housing strategy. This is a 5-year strategy up to 2025. I'm pleased to say the reason that this is coming to you is that the housing numbers target has already been reached 2 years early, and we're proposing a new target of 75 houses per year. We're also, the other substantive recommendation is that we increase the modelling period for payback from 35 to 45 years. What this is the formula that we apply to test the viability of prospective housing projects that we may wish to buy into. We want to increase this in order to give our officers some more flexibility in their negotiations. The reason for that is that housing associations who we compete for affordable housing with mostly use a formula that works on 40 to 50 year paybacks. There's no particular intention to go to anything above 35. Currently, we just want this so that there is flexibility in the system. Other than that, you'll find on paragraph 12, there are a substantial list of minor changes which are also being made. So I'm pleased to move the recommendation, which you'll find in paragraph 5. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Batchelor. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Milnes. I thought it was actually going to be. I think Councillor Hawkins. Yes, I thought Councillor Hawkins was going to second it. Councillor Hawkins, are you happy to second this?
I am happy to second it, thank you, Chair.
Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I will just say a few words, which is to say thank you to the housing team who have worked extremely hard, in finding or getting us to this stage where, we've achieved the target earlier than we thought we would. And they continue to do an excellent job. And of course, working very well with the planning team to make sure that we do get the best out of sites. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dr. Hawkins. Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. I am more than happy to support this. I think that the fact that we've now got to go up to 45% is sad, but it's a necessary thing what we have to do, especially with regards to competitors. Can I remind us all that we went up to 30 years before we had to go up to 40 years. Sorry, 40 years, not 40%. 45 years. But it's something we have to look at, and I think we have to look forward in the future at, as much as possible, is there any more land out there that we own that we can actually utilise for the future. And I think that we can only keep on praising this and hope it keeps on going down the right track. So, yeah, well done.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell. Councillor Milnes.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to add my thanks to the housing team for some brilliant work in terms of delivering houses to our public. In Sawston, my local ward, we've got a development where we've just delivered the last of 60 properties. They're very good for thermal efficiency, and the residents tell me they're delighted at their relatively low utility bills because of that. So we've got mechanical ventilation and heat recovery systems in there that can provide fresh air without losing the heat. So that's one example of their thermal efficiency. They've also got solar power as well. So Kirsten and the team have done a fantastic job. So I applaud them and thank you for common support across the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And along the lines of what I said when this came to Cabinet, that I think building more council housing is a passion that's shared across the chamber by us all. And I did reference how lucky we are to have our council housing. I appreciate that decision was taken well before many of us were here, so not everybody may understand the context of what a difficult decision that was for the council to keep the council stock. So my credit to those that fought to protect it and for those that continue to ensure that we build out to the maximum. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, I've only heard people speaking in favour of this, so can I suggest, are we happy to take this by affirmation, members? Agreed. Lovely, thank you. Does anybody wish to vote against or abstain? Thank you, great. So that's by, we agree this motion at 8B, which is, I probably should have read this out before, but it's the recommendations on page 5, sorry, at paragraph 5 on page 65. Thank you. Agreed by affirmation, thank you. So we move on then, members, to item 8C, the business plan action plan for 2023 to 2024, and it's on pages 79 to 100 of our agendas today. So, can I call upon the Leader of the Council to present the report and move the recommendation?
Thank you very much indeed. So I'd just firstly like to thank all the officers who've contributed to this, but particularly Kevin Ledger, who manages to, like his name, produce something that's legible and a very easily read document, which quite clearly sets out what it is we want to achieve, how we're going to monitor it, but also very gratifyingly lists all the completed actions, which is very nice because too often we move on so quickly to do new things that we forget to celebrate all the things that we have achieved as a council. So it continues to be an ambitious business plan, very, very community focused, very responsive to what our communities our residents and our businesses are telling us that they want and need. So it includes everything from work to enhance the high streets, delivering new markets, to making sure that our own council housing is energy efficient, which we've already heard about, continuing to give grants to plant trees, to give grants to make sure there's electric vehicle charging in our villages, and then some, really very big ticket issues at Northstowe, delivering all the community facilities there, the sports pavilions, the community centre, the civic hub. So there's a lot of stuff here. I'm not going to go through it all, but I hope that we all appreciate the work that's gone into this, believe that it's deliverable, and we shall continue forward. And obviously this gets updated as things get ticked off and achieved. So we fill it up with even more stuff, but we continue to be as responsive as we can to what our residents, our businesses are telling us they need.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder?
Yes, we're happy to second that, Chair.
And do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve the right, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Councillor Cohn? Thank you. And did I see Councillor Heather Williams as well? Thank you. And Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak on this issue. I just wanted to bring up on page 95, where we talk about the introduction of the trial for the 4-day working week, and essentially asked the leadership of this council whether they think that it is the right thing to do to continue with the trial of the 4-day working week, given that there's a lot of pressure on our residents in terms of the proposals to put up council tax. Residents are having to often work longer hours because of the cost of living. Do we think it's a fair and right thing to do at this time, to be spending council taxpayers' money on implementing the trial of a 4-day working week?
Councillor Cohn. Leader.
Thank you. If I could ask a question through the chair back to Councillor Cohn. Did you take part in the briefing the Chief Executive gave on the 4-day week yesterday?
Part of it, yeah.
Thank you. So I hope that will have reassured you that this is undoubtedly the right thing to do. It is just a trial. It's a work in progress. We aren't going to make any presumptive assertions around it at the moment. It's going okay so far. I hope that impetus can be maintained. There's a very interesting article in today's Times talking about all the companies, the private companies, who have trialled it so far, and that's a very upbeat and positive article. And it's because we really do care about our residents that we are trialling this, because the evidence from elsewhere is that actually it drives productivity, it improves performance. We've already used it as an opportunity to make the contact centre available to people for extended hours over and above what it was before. So if I didn't think it was the right thing to do, if we didn't think it was the right thing to do, we wouldn't be doing it. And if we get to the point where it no longer seems to be the right thing to do, then we will stop it.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking to page 85 on opportunities to businesses. There's a couple of places where it says subject to funding, and traditionally what would happen is that the budget is there to support the corporate plan, the business plan. So I'm wondering what funding is it that it's subject to? Because one would think if it's council money, then it would have been budgeted for. Thank you, Chair.
Leader, would you like to answer that?
So I'm just trying to find where it says that exactly.
What page did you say?
Page
Councillor?
85.
Top right.
Right. Okay, right, yes, thank you, got that. I'm going, for the detail of that, if you don't mind, I'm going to defer to Councillor MacDonald. But just to say, make a sort of more general point that, back in 2018, when we decided to introduce an economic development work stream to this council, there had been, back when I joined, 100 years ago now, it seems, there was an economic development strategy for this council, and then it was discontinued. And actually, much the same time, the county council discontinued its work on economic development as well. So it was reintroduced in 2018, and I think our ability as a result of that to respond so well during the pandemic to businesses showed that it was the right thing to do. And certainly when I talk to other councils, more and more at district level, councils are now involving themselves in business support and economic development. And it's the District Council Networks Conference this week down in St Albans. And I think there's going to be a lot of conversation around that. But for the detailed answer, I'd like to defer to Councillor MacDonald.
Chair, if it...
That's fine, thank you.
Okay to respond. If Councillor Williams doesn't mind, I'll come back with a more detailed breakdown, apart from what's in here, which the largest part of the funding comes from the Shared Prosperity Fund. The Shared Prosperity Fund, as you will know, is part of the levelling up commitments by government. And we're pleased that we've been able to benchmark both the amounts and the best practice that we've deployed with other councils, East Cambridgeshire to Fenland, to the city and to others. For more detailed information, I'm happy to supply that.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Mark Hell.
Chairman, I'm speaking off mic at the moment because I'm asking a question on behalf of...
So you're asking a question for Councillor
Chairman, I'm referring again to the same page, page 85, and the bottom box on that particular table, and there's a particular mention of high streets. Could please somebody tell me with regards to what is happening, any further developments of the high street in Camborne? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Would you like to take that?
Yes, with respect, could I defer to Councillor MacDonald, please, who's more up to date than I am?
Yes.
So, Mark, Councillor Howell, thanks very much. So, as part of that Shared Prosperity Fund, one portion of the total money of the 1.76 million was we identified as high street development. We very much encourage members, including yourselves, if you want to come along and make proposals, because this fund runs all the way through till 2025. Had representations from Sawston, from Northstowe and others, and I'd be very happy to discuss with him.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Martin Khan.
Referred to page 97, I'm very glad to see that the work to increase producing agricultural strategy is still in the programme, and that there's an action plan put forward for the development of cultural strategy. This has been delayed for a year or over a year now because of the pressures of COVID and the Ukrainian crisis. So I'm glad to see it's been reintroduced, and I want to commend this element of the strategy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Khan. I don't see anybody... Just one moment. I don't see any other requests to speak at the moment, but I'm planning to have a break after this, so is there anybody... Is that what the request was? Thank you. Okay, so with no further requests to speak, can I... does anybody wish to vote against this? Okay, so can we go to a vote then, please, members? And Aidan, Aaron, if you could run the vote for us. So just to go back while you're finding your way around it, the Business Action Plan recommendation on page 79 is, it is recommended that Council A consider and approve the proposed Business Action Plan for 2023-24 at Appendix A, and B, authorise the Chief Executive to make any minor wording changes required to final drafts in consultation with the Leader. So if you're in agreement with that, please press the green button. If you object, please press the red button. And if you abstain, please press the X button. I think that's 37. Is that everybody?
That is everybody, Chair.
Thank you very much. So that's 27 in favour, 10 against and no abstentions, so that is carried. Thank you. I'd like to call a 5-minute break for anybody who wishes. Sorry? Till 10 past? Okay. Righto. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 10 past. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're back to item 8D, which is the capital strategy on pages 101 to 122 of the agenda. And I call on Councillor John Williams, Lead Cabinet Member for Resources, to present the report and move the recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Delighted to move the recommendations on the order paper. The revised capital strategy found in Appendix A of the report, and the changes that have been made to it are in red. And the major change is in paragraphs 7.4 and 7.5, which has been amended because of changes introduced by the government, by DLUHC. Otherwise, generally speaking, the capital strategy hasn't changed very much, therefore, apart from that major revision because of amendment to government policy, I move the recommendation.
Thank you very much. And do you have a seconder?
Chair, yes, I wish to second. I don't wish to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, Councillor Heather Williams, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'll start with something that I'm welcoming, which on page 121, the reduction in the capital programme in relation to investment strategy. As members will be aware, that's something that we've shown a lot of caution and been concerned about over time. However, I do still find the authorised limits are unacceptable to support. That being said, there are a couple of areas that I would appreciate some clarification, Chair. Page 115, the red text, it says expenditure which, although in normal circumstances is a revenue cost, is deemed to be capital expenditure. Now, I appreciate that that is a change that you've needed to make, but could I please seek reassurance that we will not be using this change to, shall we say, creatively borrow for revenue expenditure, which is not good practice. We don't borrow for revenue expenditure. And on page 120, it says except on a short-term basis. Now, those of us that attend or sit on audit committee know that we have our debts, because of interest rates, are currently on a short-term basis, but really they are long-term, longer-term loans. They're not loans to be repaid within 12 months. They'll be refinanced. So can we have assurances that that caveat of except on a short-term basis will not be used for loans which are intended for refinancing? Thank you, Chair.
That's item 3, is it? Paragraph 3. Gross debt and capital financing requirement refers to it being short-term. Okay. Councillor John Williams, did you want to respond to that? First, the item on page 121 about the authorised limits, and then 115.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I absolutely agree with you. You shouldn't borrow to fund revenue. And as the report says, we have no expectation of doing that. So I can't say more than that. We have no expectation of doing that, and it is not a practice that we ought to be doing in this authority. So on your second point, that suggests that when a loan comes to maturity, we would take out another loan to continue it. That's not necessarily the case. We could well then pay off that loan from our reserves. So it's by no means, you cannot say in any definite way what we will do when a loan comes to the end of a term of a loan. We will look at the circumstances at the time and will take a course that is most favourable to the council. And that could be that we will then seek, interest rates are such, we will seek another short-term loan, or we may decide to pay that off from our reserves, or indeed we may look at a more long-term loan, but we will make all those decisions at the time when we have to make them in the circumstances that prevail at that time.
Thank you, Councillor John Williams. Did you want to come back?
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, so just to make sure we're all on the same page, the wording says, will not be exceeded, and we're talking about capital financing requirement, will not be exceeded except on a short-term basis. So and for short-term borrowing, so I'm just seeking reassurance that that limit will not be breached if it's something that we are intending to refinance. I appreciate things can change, but I'm asking about the original intention. Can the lead member for resources reassure me of that, please?
That's what it says, so I can reassure you that's what we will do.
Thank you very much. Right. I can't see anybody else wishing to speak. So, Councillor MacDonald, did you wish to say anything further?
No, thank you, Chair.
Councillor John Williams, did you wish to sum up at all any further?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, so, members, do I take it that you are not happy with these and you're likely to wish to vote against? Okay, so let's take it to a vote then, members. Aaron, if you could set that up, please. So the recommendation is on page 101 of our agenda for capital strategy. The Council is requested to consider the report and, if satisfied, to approve the updated capital strategy attached to Appendix A to the report, which sets the policy framework for the development, management and monitoring of capital investment, including prudential indicators. So, members, if you're in favour of that, please press the blue button and then green for agree, red if you are against that, and X if you wish to abstain. I think it's possible that we have 34 members voted. Is that?
That's not correct, Chair. No, sorry. I'm just going to pick on people.
35.
I think that's everybody now, Chair. I think 36
okay,
is
so
now number of members present.
Thank you. So
We've got 37 voted.
Oh, 37.
Someone just proved me wrong.
Okay. Righto, so that is 27 in favour, 10 against, no abstentions. That motion that is carried. Righto, so moving on then to item 8E, which is the Treasury Management Strategy, and it's on pages 123 to 160 of our agenda, with the document itself starting at page 129. So, can I call upon Councillor John Williams to present the report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I'm happy to recommend I move the recommendation on the order paper, and the revised Treasury Management Strategy is Appendix A, and the changes, once again, are in red. And as you see, it takes into account, and we review this every year, and obviously since last year there has been an awful lot of change in the financial markets, and this has been amended to take account of the changes that we've seen, a considerable increase in interest rates, a considerable increase in inflation, and market uncertainties that we now face. And one of the upshot of that is that we are, having taken advice, we have now included on our roster of counterparties 3 overseas banks, a Canadian bank and 2 German banks. Doesn't mean to say that we are going to lend to these banks, but it does mean that it gives us a much broader opportunity to seek the best possible return for our money, given that UK banks, unfortunately, have a not such a good credit rating as they used to be because of Brexit.
Thank you very much. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Williams?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. That's Councillor Brian Milnes. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
Reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay, so does anybody wish to speak on this? Yes, Councillor Ellington.
Thank you, Chairman. I remember a time in this council when there was no general fund borrowing, and now I find that on this page 147 that external borrowing is going to go up to 350,000. Are we really just investing in vanity projects, or are we really buying to improve our financial status?
Thank you, Councillor Ellington. Councillor John Williams, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Well, obviously the biggest, our biggest loan is from the Public Works Loan Board for our council house rents, £205 million, which was taken out some years ago, which everyone supported because we expected that to happen. The other borrowing that we've undertaken is to purchase investments, commercial investments, such as our properties on the Cambridge Science Park. And we have applied very strict rules regarding yield from that investment. And I can assure you that the investments, the loans that we have taken out to enable us to do those investments, bring us an income which is above the cost of that borrowing and contributes to our services, contributes to paying for the services that our residents receive. And in fact, I think next year we're looking at something like £7 million income from our investments. Most of that is Ermine Street, but however, some 3 million of that is from other investments, and some of those investments were done with borrowing. So, you know, we're not talking about vanity projects at all here. What we're talking about is getting the best income so that we can provide the services for our local residents that would otherwise come under pressure if we only allowed for income from council tax and business rates.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I think Councillor Bygott, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to ask a question. The portfolio holder for finance mentioned a short while ago about...
Bygott, you're addressing your questions to the Chair. Thank you.
That's right, Chair. Portfolio holder for finance mentioned a short while ago about 2 German banks and 1 Canadian bank. So my question was, many of us who remember some years ago problems with Icelandic banks when many local authorities invested in those. At that time, it was considered that Iceland was a very stable economy and a very safe place to put money, as indeed we would consider Canada and Germany to be stable economies. What guarantees do we have, and what work has been done to ensure that a situation as happened with Icelandic banks might not happen with other overseas banks? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bygott. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as I said, they've been put on the roster. Doesn't mean to say that we're actually going to invest in those banks, but if we consider that we should be investing in those banks because they provide a better return for our money than UK banks, then clearly we will make sure, given the experience of the Icelandic banks, that we are absolutely, you know, sure that they are sound investments and that they are banks that are not going to default on their borrowing. But you know, the reason we've included them is because at the moment UK banks are not giving the best rate of return, and we need to, and we would be irresponsible of us if we did not consider all possibilities, even though we may not in the end go with them.
Thank you.
But they have to be on our counterparty register.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to pick up on something through yourself that I think perhaps was misheard, and giving benefit of the doubt was misheard, because Councillor Eddington's question was about general fund, not about the HRA borrowing. So just to clarify that, it was general fund, and what the answer given was in relation to housing fund in part. What I would say in the current climate, and actually has been said about, you know, interest rates being difficult, economies being difficult around the world, not just in the UK, I think the external borrowing that's on page 147 is of great concern to us. And I would stress that different choices could have different outcomes. This isn't the only way to go about securing the finances. Ermine Street has been referred to, and you know, we're not against investment and getting investment income, but I don't think in the current proposals that it's a safe enough thing for us to be extending our borrowing at this time. Chair, so I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor John Williams, did you want to come back on that?
Only to say I think Ermine Street has been an enormous success, given that you know, it has met its targets and has actually delivered more than just an investment, a commercial investment for us, which is what it was originally intended to be under the previous administration. And we've broadened that. It is now part of the housing mix for this council, and it is doing extremely well, and we should congratulate those people in Ermine Street for what they've done and the fact that it now brings us in something like £5 million worth of income a year, which helps us with our local services. So, you know, and as a result of Ermine Street, and some of that towards the end we've borrowed money for that, but we've also borrowed money for purchasing properties on the Science Park, for example, which again are bringing in a yield, which even though you take out the cost of that borrowing, is bringing in an income for this council that we wouldn't otherwise have. So I would not agree that that our investments and our borrowing for those investments has been very careful. I think we've been congratulated on how, you know, astute we have been in our investments, and that we will continue to do that.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Williams. Councillor Mark Howell.
Just with regards to Ermine Street housing, I just want to say thank you.
That's good. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Brian Milnes, did you want to?
Yes, I'll just say briefly. I think this discussion about investments gives us an opportunity to correct the accusation that they're vanity projects. They've actually been turned into very valuable schemes and are therefore sanity projects. With that, I shall end my supporting statement of the motion.
Neatly put. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So let's go with, I can't see anybody else wishing to make a comment, so let's go to the vote, members. So the recommendation is on page 123 of our agenda for item 8E, and the recommendation is that Council is requested to consider the report and, if satisfied, to approve the updated Treasury Management Strategy attached to Appendix A to the report, which sets the policy framework for the Council's Treasury management activity, including 1, the Treasury management policy statement, 2, the minimum revenue provision policy, and I amend on the hoof, 3, Treasury indicators. Members, can we take the vote on that, Aaron? Thank you. So members, if you are approve of that, please press the blue button and then the green indicator. If you object, press the red light, and if you wish to abstain, press the yellow one. I think we might still be missing somebody. Just one. Great. Okay, so we have 37 votes, 28 are in favour, 9 are against, and there are no abstentions, so that is carried. Thank you. Members, so we move on to item 8F, which is on pages 161 to 170 of our agenda. I note that at the beginning of the agenda, this is referred to as the review of revenue reserves and provisions. So members, can we proceed with that? And I call upon Councillor John Williams to present the report and move the recommendations. The recommendation singular.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the recommendations on our agenda. If you look at paragraph 11, you'll see the changes that are being proposed. You know, every year we look at our earmark reserves to see whether they continue to be necessary, and you'll see that as a result of this current year's reserves, the following on paragraph 11 has been decided that they can be released back into the general fund, so they are no longer required.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Do you have a seconder?
Yep. Me.
Thank
I
you.
reserve my right to speak.
Okay. So would anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Some of what's in here is things that we would support. We noticed the GCP, which was set up a long time ago, and that money coming through, and other things. However, and I won't labour the point, Chair, but we have expressed our concerns in relation to the investment strategy and investments, and one of the releases is for that reserve, so we will be voting against this as a whole.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else? Sorry, Councillor John Williams, did you want to respond?
No.
Thank you. I can't see anybody else wishing to speak, so I'm going to go to the vote. And that will be, Aaron, if you can set that up. It's on the... Oh, sorry.
No, don't need to speak. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll wave if I do.
Thank you. So the recommendations are on page 161 that the Council is requested to consider the report and, if satisfied, to approve A, that the reserves are summarised at paragraph 11 of the report be released to the general fund or transferred to other earmarked reserves as shown on the 31st of March 2023. B, that the IT software and hardware reserves be amalgamated at 31st of March to provide necessary flexibility. And C, that the movement in reserves 2022-23 as set out in Appendix A and the estimated balance of reserves of 29.830 million be noted. Thank you. So if you're in favour of that, members, press the blue button and then the green. If you wish to object, press the red, and if you wish to abstain, press the yellow. So that I think, is everybody. So that is 28 in favour, 9 against and no abstentions. So that is carried. Thank you. Moving on, we come to, oh, hang on, I've gone over 2 pages, I think. Item 8G on pages 171 to 180, the capital programme for 2023-24 to 2027-28. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. It is as it is. I move the recommendations on the agenda paper, and obviously I'm happy to answer any questions on it.
Thank you very much. And do you have a seconder?
Yes, Chair, I would second, and I don't plan to speak, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a seconded motion. Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just drawing members' attention to page 172, para 10, for reasons that we said before, but I will re-emphasise the borrowing that is included there is something that at this current time we will not agree to getting the council into any more debt and will vote against.
Thank you very much. Councillor John Williams, did you wish to respond?
No, I think we've gone over this in the previous report.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak? No, can't see anybody. Okay, so we'll go to the vote on this, members. Actually, no, we could, yes, okay. Aaron, could you go to the vote, please? Thank you. So if you wish to support that, press the green button. If you are against, press the red. And if you wish to abstain, press the yellow. Thank you. I think that's all. So that one missing.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, done.
I think it's come. Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. That is 28 in favour, 9 against, and no abstentions, and that is carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 8H, localised council tax support for 2023-24 on pages 181 to 186 on our agenda. Thank you. So I'll call on Councillor John Williams to propose the motion. Present the report and propose the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I hope this is one matter that we can all agree on. We, as you may remember, last year, as part of our cost of living crisis policy, we decided to look at our localised council tax support scheme and to see how we can widen it so that more people can apply for it. And there were 3 options which we put to consultation for Christmas, and as a result of that consultation, one option, the first option, was by far the one that those who responded supported, and this paper recommends that you support that option so that we can amend the localised council tax support scheme to enable it to reach more people and also to enable it to be automated so that we can make it more efficient in its delivery. So I do hope you can support this recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Williams. And I believe Councillor John Batchelor is seconding. Do you wish to speak now, John? Or?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I'm very happy to support the recommendation here. It's aimed at those just above the level of benefits who don't qualify because they're working, that are the ones who are really struggling at the moment. And so I very much welcome this help for that particular group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor John Batchelor, would anybody wish to speak? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I think this is something we normally traditionally agree on, and we will, I'm pleased to say, be agreeing today. I'd have even seconded it for Councillor John Williams, had he asked nicely. But yes, so I think this is something that I've spoken of before, that actually when we had in 2018, we had a workshop and it was a real opportunity to bring in the banding scheme. So I'm pleased that that's said, because one thing we wanted for people was continuity and for people to really know where they were at. But the current climate does require a change, and so happy to support it, Chair.
Thank you very much. So the recommendation on page 181 is that Council approves scheme option 1, which comprising the localised council tax support band scheme currently in operation and increases working age scheme to a maximum 100% reduction for all working age claimants, with an uprating of calculation annually in line with CPI in September, adjustment to earnings, disregards increasing support to those who are working. Now, I don't know if when you listened to that, that's made as much sense as it did when I read it, but if any adjustment in wording that maintains the spirit of this, but makes it a bit more sensible, that would be great. Can I just check, John Williams? As I read it, it did not seem to flow very well, but are you happy that it does actually make the sense that we understand the gist of it? Are we happy that we go ahead on that basis, even though the wording may be slightly muddled, as we understand the spirit of it?
Okay, maybe because I'm too close to it, but I understand it. But if you're suggesting that it should be perhaps in more plain English, I can only...
as long as you're happy with it.
I'm happy with it, but yeah, I think it does cover what it's supposed to do.
It's the point at where it says adjustment to earnings disregards increasing support to those who are working. That's the bit that confused me at the end. I think we understand what it means, but if there's any slight adjustment in wording that makes it a bit easier to implement. Ah, okay. Righto, okay. Right, so are we happy to take that by information? Good. Hurrah. Great, thank you very much. Okay. And at this point, Councillor Milnes has said that he needs to step out. Sorry, not Milnes, Fane. Thank you. And I've asked if I would like to propose Councillor Sally-Ann Hart to take up the position of Vice Chair, just for the purposes of this. Are you happy with that?
Just need a second.
Can I have a seconder for that? Bridget Smith, thank you. Thank you very much. So, Councillor Hart. Thank you. So we now turn our attention to item 8, Roman I. It's letter I. The General Fund Budget for 2023 to 24, and it's on pages 187 to 234 of our agenda. The recommendations proceed over items A through to I. Can I just call on Councillor John Williams, the lead Cabinet Member for Resources, to present the report and move the recommendation, please?
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendations on the agenda paper. I think basically, if you look at Appendix A, this really explains why it is that we are proposing to do what we are, and that is basically, broadly speaking, to raise council tax by around 3.1%, so that for a Band D property, that would mean a council tax demand of £165.31. It should be taken into context that we currently, consumer price index is at 10.1%, and salary wages are rising at an average of 6.49%. So in actual terms, this is a reduction. It is something, though, because I think in an earlier report, when we looked at the medium-term financial strategy, it's clear, well, that was based on the continuing increase in council tax by this authority of £5 a year or 10p a week. And even with that increase, you could see that we were predicting a shortfall of around 3.9 million at the end of the 5-year period. So obviously not to increase council tax would make that worse. And as was said by the opposition in that debate, that actually could be even worse than that. You know, we could be, that 3.9 million could be as much as, if you take the most pessimistic scenario, could be over 10 million. So it's really important that we do increase council tax because it is part of the mix to enable us to fund our essential services. But again, I stress that at 3.1%, that is well below the current rate of inflation. And remember, inflation affects this council as well as people out there. We have to buy goods and services, and you know that it's a 10.1% average. The retail price index is much higher than that, and it's obviously goods and services that this council buys in. So we're paying more than, on average, 10.1% increase, and yet we are only proposing to put council tax up by 3.1%. So I hope that members take that into account, and the fact that in reality for a Band D property, it's a 10p a week increase. For those on low incomes that by and large actually being smaller properties, it's less than 10p a week. So I do hope that we agree that we do need to put council tax up, and that we are putting it up by an amount that you know, is well below what inflation is and what we are facing as a council because of that inflation. I think it's interesting to note, you know, the scale of these things. We haven't only very recently have we actually given members the full gross expenditure and gross income of this council. I think in the past we were very much, you know, only given the net operational cost of this council, which gave a very distorted figure. So if you look at Appendix A, you know, you can see that the amount that we need from government funds and grants and local taxpayers is 32.9 million. And that's made up of 18.6 million from business rates, 11.2 million from council tax, and 3.1 million from government grants. Yeah, so we need that increase. If we don't get that increase, then we will not be able to bear down on that deficit that we are forecasting at the end of the you know, medium-term financial strategy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Williams. I believe the leader is seconding this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to endorse what Councillor Williams has said, but I'd also like to thank Peter Maddox and Fazana Ahmed for producing reports that are not only comprehensive, concise, but intelligible. So thank you very much to them.
Thank you very much. I believe the Conservatives are likely to wish to submit an amendment. Thank you. Do you want to go ahead, Councillor Heather Williams?
Thank you, Chair, and Councillor Cohn is seconding our budget amendments. So first of all, I'd like to draw members' attention, actually not to the proposal itself, but to page 39 of our agenda pack today, where it says, there is, however, a significant impact on households and the prevailing economic situation, and the Council will need to be responsible in budget setting, thus minimising the inflationary increase and to, wherever possible, absorb cost increases. Then if we look at page 43, because reference has been made to government grants, we can see that Rural Service Grant is increasing, Revenue Support Grant increasing, and Service Grant, a new grant, and others that are increasing. And so I think at this period of time, there may be things in the future, but right now we are receiving increased grants from government on those that I've referenced. When we look back to our meeting on the 22nd of September, we had a motion in the name of Councillor Bill Handley about the cost of living crisis. It said our country is in the grips of a cost of living emergency. It then went on to state that we will be mindful of the cost of living crisis in the setting of next year's council tax. And that was, again, a time when we seemed to agree on most things, even if we didn't everything. So I would stress that our proposal to freeze council tax and taking that first chair is actually in the spirit of what is in this agenda and the motion that councillors supported a few months ago. It was explicitly in that motion, it said about we would take into consideration in the budget setting process. So to see the maximum increase, I personally do not consider that to be taken into full consideration. We have other things in our budget proposal, Chair, particularly in relation to planning enforcement. We think that that needs strengthening, and we've seen what happens when we don't enforce planning applications in places such as Northstowe. We also know that unfortunately in these times there will potentially be an increase in fraud, and that's why we feel that it is benefited to provide some more funding there. And I would think that when it came through scrutiny, there was questions around the fraud, and I hope you can see, Councillor van der Velde, your comments and more information that you referenced at scrutiny. We have taken that on board through that process and amended it accordingly. I'd also stress that where we're taking the money from is things that we could go without. We don't need to have a magazine 4 times a year. We don't need to have 2 special responsibility allowances. And there are other choices that we can make. And what we'll go on to, I'm sure, talk about later is that we all want the same things. It's just how we get there where we differ. So I would strongly ask members to take themselves back to the 22nd of September, a few months ago, to their reasoning for supporting Councillor Bill Handley's motion. And I would just repeat those words again. Be mindful of the cost of living crisis in the setting of next year's council tax. To increase it the maximum just cannot be in mind with that. So I hope that you will look at our proposals. I hope you will bear that in mind, because we know that it isn't just people on low incomes that are in smaller houses, Chair. Council tax is not something that is on income brackets. It's based on property values a long time ago. And for some people that have grown older in their homes and perhaps retired, whose income is limited, they are not going to necessarily be in the smaller brackets. And I don't think that we can make those assumptions that if you're struggling and financially struggling, then you'll be in a smaller home and a less council tax bracket. £5 may not be enough, but it would pay for a meal a week for an adult. And for some people, they are counting every penny. And we're seeing that in our villages. So I'll implore again, if you felt that way in September, there is no reason why you should change your mind now. So please do support our amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Heather Williams. And I should have said that the Conservative Group budget proposal is on page 233 our agenda. It can be read there. So the first thing I need to check is, you said it was seconded by Councillor Cohn. Can I check with Councillor John Williams if you accept that amendment?
No, I don't accept it.
Councillor Cohn, did you want to speak now or do you want to reserve your right?
I'm happy to reserve my right to speak at the end.
Okay. So, would anybody like, Councillor John Williams, would you like to come back?
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on a few things. First of all, yes, the government has given us grants. It gave us a grant, for example, to help us to ensure that we can increase our spend by 3%. Unfortunately, it gave us that money and then took money away from some other sources. But overall, yes, it's given us more money, but it's not enough. Secondly, I was on the mindful. Yes, we were mindful, and we did consider what the increase in council tax should be. But when we have inflation at over 10%, a 3% increase in council tax, and there's some misunderstanding here. I believe you said that £5 would mean an adult having a meal a week. That's £5 a year, not £5 a week. So that's 10p a week.
Do you accept that interruption, Councillor Williams? Would you like to
I
explain?
stand by, for £5 a year, an adult can be fed for 1 meal a week.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor John Williams, would you like to continue?
So you can, someone can feed themselves on 10p a week. Thank you.
Thank you. If we're all finished with our internal discussions, did you wish, sorry. Councillor Bridget Smith, did you wish to speak?
Thank you. Just a couple of points I'd like to pick up from Councillor Heather Williams. So, though we in this chamber may not need a South Cambridgeshire magazine 4 times a year, I have no doubt at all that our residents, particularly our elderly residents or those who don't have access to the internet, actually do need it 4 times a year. So we know, and whenever we've consulted on the future of the magazine, that there's a massive outcry. People really value it, for far more than just telling them when the bins are going to be collected. So it's all very well that, we all have internet access here, but I think we all know that significant percentages of our residents don't have the sort of access that we have, and actually the magazine is a really important source of information to them, as well as some entertainment as well. So, and it's also a way of promoting all the good stuff that goes on in all our villages. And just to pick up on the issue of the cost of living crisis. So what this crisis is meaning is that many more people are going to need much more help. And that has to be paid for, unfortunately. And, many people who are going to need help which at a cost that greatly exceeds £5. So, this is about the greater good for, benefiting, those people who have started off disadvantaged, but whose disadvantage is just increasing day on day as fuel prices accelerate, as food prices, go up, as salaries fail to keep pace with inflation. So, it's a sad fact that we constantly have to do more with less, but actually we step in, as we stepped in during COVID, as we've stepped in to help our Ukrainian guests, as we're stepping in the cost of living crisis to do ever more for ever more people, and we have to have the money to do it with. It means difficult decisions, but this is the right decision in this case.
Thank you. We're debating the amendment. Councillor Tom Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Councillor Heather Williams opened off by mentioning the cost of living crisis that many people are suffering from. And so that is one very important reason why this council should consider our budget proposal. but there are 4 things there listed on page 233. I wanted to just sort of pick up on the 3rd of those, which is in having an additional planning enforcement officer. So this is something that we discussed at the last meeting in terms of motion, but and we agreed there that our staff in that area are doing a good job, but really we need to have more resources put into that area as a policy decision. So councils should aim, where they have certain core responsibilities, to put enough resources into those areas. So, for example, the county council with responsibility for roads should be doing more for filling potholes and things. Because we have responsibility for planning, we have to ensure that our planning system is fair and that people are not getting away with doing the wrong thing in terms of illegal planning activities. And you know, if you look at, for example, what's been going on in Northstowe, you know, we have a responsibility for keeping an eye on major developers that have a lot of resources. And I've got a question on later today about the Long Stanton groundwater, which is seen by some as being a mysterious, unexplained phenomenon that we might not get to the bottom of. We need to have resources to look into planning issues. I mentioned also in November the signs on the roundabouts on the A1307 directing people's way to the hot tub superstore, which I noticed yesterday. At least one of those is still in place. So I think there are plenty of things that could be looked at if we had an additional planning enforcement officer. Thank you.
Can I just point out that advertising on the highway verge is a county matter, is it not? But can I ask Councillor John Williams, do you wish to respond to that?
Thank you. Not at this stage. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I listened to the member for Resources speech very carefully, and I commented to my colleague here that this speech could easily be made by any previous member of Resources, because the central government never give us enough money. They always, give with one hand and take with the other, no matter who they are. And indeed, it is nice to see now at least they give us the rules before we set the council tax, where before we could set the council tax and then a couple of weeks later they tell us what the rules were. So we've made progress, but slowly. However, we are at the moment in a cost of living crisis, and we should make a stand, and I believe that stand is by not increasing our council tax. And the reason I believe that is that we have to show an example. We have to show an example to others that putting prices up and leading to this inflation has to stop. And therefore, I will be backing obviously the Conservative Group budget, primarily for the freezing the council tax, primarily to say that sometimes we have to take the hit. Now, I appreciate what has been said earlier on, and that AI and other forms will be used to actually bring that deficit down, but at the same time, we have to show an example to our residents that we do think about them, we do care, and that we are going to be the one up there stands up and fights for them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins? Councillor Dr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to speak on the compliance issue that's been raised. We don't call it enforcement anymore, it's now compliance. And I'm sorry I wasn't here for the motion that was discussed at the last full council meeting, but bearing that in mind, I thought it would be useful actually to let you know of what exactly is going on with compliance. So please bear with me, Chair. We have reviewed the ICT system that was used, and we've migrated all the complaints to the central database. And what this means is it allows improved performance management and reporting. We've also reviewed, updated, and we actually consulted on the compliance policy that we created last year. And of course, that is due to be reported to Cabinet in March. And also, we have introduced an enhanced online process for reporting breaches of control, 24/7. You can go on the Greater Cambridge Planning website and report what you might think is something that is not right. But also on that website, we have put a video that says what really is a planning problem and what needs to be complied with and what is compliance and what isn't. So I would actually refer you to that, Councillor Bygot, to have a look at what we've done so far. And at the time, I think, yes, there was we had a vacancy which has now been filled. And you'll be happy to hear that we have now recruited an experienced and a permanent compliance team manager who will continue to lead this transformation and performance project for the service. The other thing was on your mention of increased reports. Actually, funnily enough, year on year since 2020, cases have dropped. 2020, we had 679 cases. 2021, we had 633. And 2022, we had 540 cases. So I'm happy to give you those numbers in writing if you want it. So, you know, it's, yes, we're building more, but then we are making sure that what we're doing now in terms of compliance actually meets the current standards, is up to date, and is as efficient as possible. I'll leave it at that for now, but what I know is that we have enough officers at this point in time who, I think their caseload is about 58 cases per officer, and actually, generally, officers can carry 60 to 80 cases at any one time. So we have enough officers at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, okay, and Councillor Dan Lentel, I believe you wish to speak.
I think Councillor Rippeth was ahead of me.
I just remind members that we have 3 minutes. Sorry, I didn't see Councillor Rippeth. Councillor Rippeth, were you before? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I want to sort of stress, and it has been stressed already, but it is 10p a week for Band D, and yes, slightly higher for the higher level properties like E onwards. If we don't do this, if we don't increase, not as the maximum amount, but with what's been presented by Councillor John Williams, that will compound year on year cuts, and we will have to face cuts to our services. And I don't think we can rely on national government to be filling those gaps. And it's something where you feel as a society that you pay into that to support those when they can't pay. So you have to provide services. And another thing is, we've just all agreed on the local council tax support for those who are really in need. And it is principally people of working age who are often holding down 2 or 3 jobs and still visiting food banks. They cannot make ends meet, and they need that support which we have just voted to provide for their families. And I'm happy, as somebody who's fortunately not personally in that position at the moment, to be part of that contribution. And so it should be a sense of pride, because then we as a local council can provide the services needed. And I feel just really passionately about that it is a small amount, and if we don't provide services, there will be a far worse situation. We won't be able to continue with things like warm hubs. And it's an absolute disgrace that we are in a country which is wealthy, where people cannot afford to heat their homes.
Thank you very much. for that contribution. Can I just remind members, we're still debating the Conservative budget amendment at the moment. Can I just check with Councillor Dan Lentel, that is the aspect you wish to speak on? Thank you. Do go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm inclined to vote in favour of this on the basis that all across our crazy paving landscape of disjointed local authority, we are seeing tax bills go up. We're seeing the proposed Peterborough Combined Authority putting a tax out there. We're seeing council tax from the county council going up to the absolute amount before the threshold for a public referendum. We're seeing the congestion charge, which is a tax on going to work. And nobody can possibly believe that we can continue to tax and to spend in the ways that we did when the economy was looking healthier than it is now. And where I think this administration in this council has gone right is by identifying areas for investment, areas that can provide revenue streams other than tax. And that's why I was very happy to vote and support for them. But as has been said by Councillor Howell, somebody has to say enough, stop. And this inflationary spiral that we're in, and I don't just mean about government, I mean about individuals, of overconsumption, overspending, underinvesting. If it doesn't stop with us, it's never going to stop. And therefore, yeah, in the absolute perfect world, everybody, as Councillor Rippeth said, would be able to support vital services and to make sure that those services are healthy and functioning and doing the job that we as a society need to do. We're in a cost of living crisis, and I think what we said only a few months ago was right. We should not be adding to the burden of people who cannot afford to heat their home. We should not be doing that in this context. So I will be supporting the amendment in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lentel. And Councillor Sally Ann Hart.
I think I'm coming up as Councillor Peter Fane, but I'm hoping that that's okay with everyone. I just really wanted to come back to the suggestion in the amendment to withdraw the hard copy of the South Cambridgeshire District Council magazine and just share a story that we had recently in two of our villages in our ward, where we were, I want to use the term inundated really, by one particular road, a long road in a village, where they were not getting the hard copy of the magazine. And they sent through many addresses for us, and we've passed it on. I'd like to thank officers at the council for taking it on. And we've had somebody who was remained unconvinced. I think they used the words, they wouldn't hold their breath, but they did contact us to say they had successfully now got a hard copy. We have one other long road in another village that we're working on at the moment, and I just really want to reinforce that hard copy of the magazine is a connection to the council for a lot of people in our villages.
Thank you very much. And I can't see anybody else wishing to speak. So, Councillor Cohn, did you wish to come back as seconder? You reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll just be very brief. So I agree with these amendments that we've made, mainly because I think it's what my residents want. I don't think they want to be taxed more at this time. I accept actually a lot of the points that Councillor Rippeth made around the support that we're giving to residents, but actually our amendment does not take any of that away at all. And in response to Councillor Hart's story around the magazines, we're not proposing to remove the magazines completely. It's just a reduction in those. We've tried to be sensitive in how we've put that forward. So I think we should support this amendment. I think it's actually quite a modest amendment, and it's been costed, and it's not huge money, so I think we should support it.
Thank you very much. So I can't see anybody else wishing to speak to the amendment, so I'm going to put the amendment to the vote, please. Aaron, could you? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. by my eyes, asked Councillor John Williams if he wished to come back, and he indicated no. So can we go to the vote then on the amendment, which is on page 233 of our agenda. If you wish to support the Conservative budget amendment, press the blue button and press the green, and if you wish to object to the amendment, press the red button, and if you wish to abstain, press the yellow button. Councillor Hart is going back to her own microphone to vote sensibly. We are still missing some votes. Can I just check? Well, we're missing Peter Fane because he's out of the room.
You have voted, okay.
Councillor Williams has voted. We're up to 35. Does that make sense? Yes, James Sobrella. Okay, so members, that means we have 10 in favour of the amendment, 24 against and 1 abstention. So that means the amendment falls. Thank you. So we come back to the substantive. Does anybody wish to speak to the substantive motion? Which is the recommendations on page 187, items A to I. J?
I wasn't sure if Councillor Smith was read.
Okay. Can I just check, Councillor Smith, did you wish to speak?
No. Thank you.
Councillor John Williams, did you wish to speak?
I think I'm summing up, aren't I? Because I spoke at the start.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Oh, right, okay. If there's no one, okay.
Coming up.
I was
Since
expecting.
there doesn't seem to be anybody else who wishes to speak, so I was
No,
coming
I'm
back
sorry.
to
I
you.
was expecting other people
Sorry,
to
sorry,
speak.
just one moment, Councillor John Williams. Did I see? Sorry, Councillor Richard Williams.
You did, Chair. I wanted to ask a question, if that's possible. So I wanted to ask a question about planning and the proposed reduction that's detailed on page 193. And I think, in fact, that takes the total expenditure to the general fund on planning for 23-24 below the level that it actually was in 2021-22.
Sorry,
at least according to the table on page 215.
I think I might have missed something you said right at the very beginning. We're on page 193.
Yes.
You said something took the saving to...
Would like to ask a question about the reduction in planning detailed on that page. I was making the point, Chair, that as a result of that proposed planning, if we look at the table on page 215, it looks like the net expenditure on planning for 23-24 will drop below what it was in 21-22. So my question was whether it's wise to reduce expenditure on planning in that way, given the process we're going through with the local plan, and the fact that we continue to rely quite heavily on extensions of time in planning applications, and that a large proportion of planning applications are not decided within the statutory periods.
Can I ask Councillor John Williams if you are able to respond to that?
I'm happy to respond, but I obviously Councillor Hawkins is the lead cabinet member for planning. She may wish to take this. Answer this.
Fine. Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins, are you happy to respond?
I would need to look into this in more detail, but what I remember whilst we were looking at this is the fact that part of the transformation cost was actually allocated to planning, and I think that's part of why there's a reduction here, but I'm happy to look into that in more detail and send you the information. Thank you.
Councillor Timmy Hawkins will go into detail and send you a response by email. Councillor Richard Williams, is that acceptable?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's acceptable.
Very much. Okay. So, sorry to interrupt you earlier, Councillor John Williams. Did you wish to sum up?
I'll just sum up. I think, we've had a pretty good debate with the amendment, and it's covered most of the points. But all I can do is emphasise the fact that, with inflation running at over 10%, this council, like everybody else, is having to pay more for its goods and services, and therefore it costs more for us to deliver services to our residents. And the pressure on us to do more by our residents because of the cost of living crisis means we're having to do more. So we're having to do more, and it's costing us more. And so, you know, at the end of the day, that has to be paid for. And while, you know, we are increasing council tax by, and I must emphasise this, by 10p a week. And there is further on in the paper, it shows you what other bands, as I think in the next paper, there is a paper here that shows what each band will pay. But even at higher bands, we are not talking about, you know, a huge amount of money, given that we have inflation running at 10%, and given that wage inflation is running at 6%. And therefore, you know, what we are proposing is actually, in actual terms, a cut in council tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Williams. So I'm going to take this to the vote then, members. We're looking at the recommendation. Thank you very much, Councillor Hart. The recommendations on paragraph 3 on pages 187 and 188, and this is items A to I. So members, can I ask if you are in favour of those to press the green button? If you wish to object, press the red button, and if you abstain, press the yellow button. Can I just check if everybody who thinks... Councillor Garvey, I think... Okay. 35. Okay, so the result of that vote is 25 in favour, 10 against, and no abstentions. So that our recommendation is carried. Thank you very much, member. And I'm going to call a 10-minute break. Perhaps a little longer. Oh, no. No, 10 minutes. Okay, righto. So we'll be back here at 4:36. Please.
Thank you, Chair. You're now live.
Thank you. So members, we return after a short break to item 8J on the agenda, which is the Housing Revenue Account Budget for 2023-24, and it's on pages 235 to 262 of the agenda. So, Councillor John Williams, Lead Cabinet Member for Resources, would you like to present the report?
Thank you, Chair. I recommend the, I move the recommendations on the agenda paper.
I just need to remind you that when you put your hands up like this, it blocks the microphone. Thank you.
Right. This was a very difficult and challenging HRA for this year because, as everyone knows, or should know, what we spend on our council housing is ring-fenced, and therefore, basically, what we receive in council rents and other income connected with council rents has to be used to invest in existing housing stock. It has to build new affordable housing. It has to obviously be spent on the management of that housing, and also has to be used to repay any loan on that housing. So we receive 32 million from council rents plus another 2 million from other income. And if we want to build more council houses, while we have inflation over 10% on goods and services, we have to make a decision, and it's a balance. Do we continue with putting council rents up by 7%, by the maximum that we can, or not? Because if we don't put them up by 7%, then it will have an effect on all those four things. Have an effect on us being able to invest in our existing stock. It will have an effect on us being able to build more affordable homes. It will have an effect on the way we manage our housing stock. And, you know, we have to obviously have the money to repay our loans. So I think the decision was a difficult one to take. But at the end of the day, the decision was that given inflation at 10%, given wage inflation at 6%, given that I think over 40% of our tenants are on housing benefit, that at the end of the day, we have no choice but to increase council rents by 7%. And that was very, very difficult. On the actual increase in council houses, I just want to point out that we have just this year got back to where we were in 2010. We've managed in the last 6 years to build more council houses and to more than offset the loss of council houses to right to buy. And that has enabled us to come from, you know, between 2012 and 2017, there was a net loss of 99 council homes. Since 2018, there's been 108 net increase in council homes. So, you know, we've got on top of it, but we've still got a long way to go. And it means that while we've got 2,000 people on our waiting list, there's a big demand out there for us to continue with our new build council house programme. And therefore, you know, unfortunately, we have to go with the 7% rent increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Williams. And your recommendation is seconded, I imagine, by Leader? Councillor John Batchelor. Sorry, thank you. Do you wish to speak now, John, or do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will speak now. Councillor Williams has very eloquently made the basic argument. I'd just like to put a bit of flesh on that, possibly. So, the situation with housing, as has been said, is that the rent pays for all the housing activity. And if we look at what it actually pays for, 25% of our total income has to go to maintain the £205 million loan that we had to take out in order to keep our housing stock from the hands of the government. We then spend 46% of the money on repairs and maintenance, and a further 15% on new build. Those two items, with over 60% of our income, is the ones which are really subject to the inflation pressures. Obviously, building materials, the staff payment, all reflect on that. And certainly new build, the increase in land values is also a task. So we are attempting to get back on track. Members may recall that not so long ago, the government imposed a -1% reduction on our rent for a period of 4 years. This meant, obviously, that it was inflation plus 1% that undermined our financial position. Fortunately, we have significant reserves, which has managed to cover that. But you have seen from the budget figures that we're anticipating a deficit this year, a deficit of something on the order of £2 million, and we have deficits for the next 2 years as well. We don't expect to be able to come back into balance until 25-26. So we'd all like to not increase rents, but there is really no choice whatsoever if we're maintaining the quality of this housing and we move forward with the ambitious project to refit our housing stock to come up to zero carbon standards. That in itself is a £400 million project over the next 30 years. So I am happy to second the recommendations as they stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor John Batchelor. So would anybody like to speak on this? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to revert back to the September 22 meeting. I appreciate that. Maybe getting more and more current in people's minds. But at that time, we proposed an amendment to try and have council housing rents included in that mindset, given the current climate. That wasn't supported. That amendment was voted down. And I just wanted to, I'm just looking at the minutes here in front of me, and one of the things that was said was it was government policy setting of the rent and it wasn't controlled by the local authority. I just want to make it absolutely clear that is not the case. Council housing rents are at our discretion. They are capped by government, so we cannot increase beyond that, but it is our discretion as to how much we charge tenants for our council housing. Now, we believe that different choices mean that we could build those much needed, I completely agree, council housing. And I said earlier how passionate I think we all are about increasing our council housing stock. But we do not believe that that means that we have to burden our tenants at this time with further increases to their rents. So, Chair, while I am more than happy to support recommendations G to I, and will vote to support recommendations G, H and I am not and will not vote to increase the burden of the rent on our tenants at this time. I think even though it wasn't included in that motion on cost of living, surely that is the biggest part of the sentiment of it. We've heard earlier about different, as if, you know, council tax was done on income banding, which it's not. So council tax up, council rents up. If you've got a garage, that's going up. Shared ownership going up. It's just, enough is enough. And I really do fear for those people that are really struggling at the moment, that will just see this and it's yet another blow. So as Councillor Howe said earlier, we will be taking a stand. And it is with a heavy heart, because the HRA has normally been something that we've been able to agree on and we've been very positive to. But I think the administration is going the wrong way here. We should not be increasing the council rents and charges at this time. So, Chair, I'd move that we take them separately and that we vote, as I've said, as a...
That's fine. I'm proposing to take the recommendations separately in 2 tranches. But is there anybody, I believe, Councillor Pippa-Halings?
Thanks very much. And through you, Chair, I think, as Councillor Heather Williams has said, there's been agreement on HRA in the past, and I'm privileged to be on the National Board for Housing for Local Government. It's a cross-party board, and I would just like to point members to the fact that there's been a long discussion, cross-party discussion, representing all councils in the country, about the impact of both the cost of living crisis to residents in social housing, but also the implications of this cap at 7%, which was seen cross-party basis that there should not be a cap, and if there was a cap, 7% should be the minimum. And I'd like to quote the words of the chairman of the Local Government Association, Conservative Councillor James Jameson, who said, "We're very concerned about the situation facing residents, but we are very concerned that this cap on social housing rent increases will significantly impact on housing providers' ability, including our councils, to provide the critical services necessary to maintain proper conditions for residents and invest in the vitally important new and existing homes." And what was agreed cross-party by the board, and that's why it's a little bit disappointing to hear this, is that if the government, the proposal and recommendations to the government were, if that cap comes in, then to enable us to support residents, government to fund the gap between that, because it has to be recognised that those critical services to maintain healthy conditions in our social housing stock and be able to provide critical council housing and social housing, rent housing going forward, these are key. So I'd just, again, like to bring in the nuance, the importance and the complexity of the kind of decisions that we're making at the moment. But across the board, this was saying that that 7% should be considered as a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Howell, Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, thank you very much indeed. And I'd also like to thank Councillor Batchelor for what he said with regards to housing, outlining some of the issues that the HRA account has faced over the years. I think one of the things we have to remember is that when the coalition, and let's not forget, it was the coalition government give us the £205.5 million debt, that we was the second highest debt per capita of house, 33,000 in the country. So, you know, we took on a hell of a lot, but at the same time, we have got an outstanding housing stock. It's been excellently managed over the years, and, you know, praise to the officers and all members alike. What I'm going to do is not ask Councillor Batchelor about the actual housing increases, but asking now, should we now take the bull by the horn, so to speak, with regards to our garages? We don't make much money of them. They do, you know, any money we do spend on them takes an extraordinary amount of time to get back, even the most minor repair. And we should be looking at all our garage stock. And I would ask Councillor Batchelor to consider this in the future, to look at our garage stock and maybe convert it over for land for future council housing or even Ermine Street housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Dan Lentel.
Yeah, just to echo what Councillor Howell said, there are other options other than putting up rents for social housing tenants. And I absolutely hear what Councillor Pip Halings has said in terms of this is part of a national picture, this is part of a much bigger economic process and all, but ultimately it comes down to this room and our vote. And I simply cannot vote in the current climate to put council house renting up by the maximum allowed, 7%. I just don't think that's the right thing to do. So I won't be doing it.
Very much. And I'll take Councillor Bridget Smith next. Can I just remind members, we've got a lot to go through. So if other members have already raised the point that you were going to raise, please leave it at that. But thank you. Councillor Smith.
So, just...
Oh,
okay,
yes,
jumped in.
Sure, yeah.
So just remind members of one of our core principles in running the council is that that's the provision of housing that's affordable for everyone to live in. And we need to continue to invest in our housing stock, and thank you, Councillor Howell, for saying how well maintained it's been over the years, and it has been. You know, we're now installing triple glazing in those houses. We are transferring them over from gas and electric heat, transferring them over from gas heating to either electric or air source heating. So, you know, if we continue to do that, if we continue a programme of rapid improvements to our council housing stock, actually we then start to have a positive effect on people's bank balance, because even though their rents have gone up, actually their cost of living in their houses then starts going down. But if we don't have the money to do that upgrade and those improvements, then, you know, they will still be giving large percentages of their income to the utility companies and possibly not being warm enough anyway.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Sue Ellington.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to just move on for one little moment because looking through the figures, was most concerned on page 259 to find that communal heating in Elm Court, which is a care home with independent living, I believe, my memory serves me correctly, the heating is going up from 7.69 to £42.89 per week. That sort of weekly increase for people who are on fixed incomes is just out of this world. What are we doing about it, and how are we helping the residents who will be in a state of shock? 557% increase is quite a lot.
Page 259.
Thank you. It's page 259, Appendix D, and about halfway down the general sheltered schemes. Can I come back to Councillor John Williams? Sorry, that's because I can't see anybody else requesting to speak.
Okay,
and also because
clearly,
Councillor Batchelor spoke earlier.
We clearly can't give an answer on such a detail right away here, but obviously we'll let you have an explanation for that, Councillor Ellington. Yeah, that's all I can say at this moment.
Thank you very much.
This is by way of...
Can I draw?
Yes.
Can I draw Council's attention? There is an asterisk that marks a note further in the document on page 260, which says the increase is a consequence of a 3-year fixed gas tariff ending, and energy costs have obviously then significantly risen over that period. And that's something that's very familiar with many of us who are on similar fixed term and have had an even worse shock than those on less advantageous rates.
Yes. And there's further narrative on page 260 about that. So my understanding is that there are no further wishes to speak on that item before coming to a vote on it.
Yeah, I don't wish to speak further on it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to bring that to a vote. I think just with the observation, Councillor Ellington, that obviously that explanation is given on page 260. Thank you. So the recommendations are going to be taken in two parts. They're on page 235 and 236. I'll be taking a vote for items A through to F first. We'll deal with that first. These are the rents and charges. So, members, can I ask if you are in favour of items A through to F, please would you press the green button. If you object to those, please press the red button. And if you abstain, please press the yellow button. Thank you. That gives us 34 voters. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Thank you. So that is 25 in favour, 9 against and no abstentions. So parts A to I are carried. And then moving on to HRA capital elements, that is on page 236, items G to I. Is she part of this vote? I thought she didn't want to take part in this vote. I don't think she can split it like that by item.
Well, she wasn't here for the debate, so...
No, she wasn't here for the debate.
It's up to herself.
So we can call her back in afterwards. So, members, so Erin, can you set up the vote for items G to I? If you are in favour of G to I, please press the green button. If you object, please press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, press the yellow button. We have 33 voters. Does that make sense, Erin? I thought we had 34 at the last one.
Yeah, I think there's 34, yeah.
Just pause a moment while we check.
I'm just going to go get the other ones because we're going to start the next.
That's good. We're up to 34. Thank you. So that's unanimous and in favour of G to I. Thank you, members. And anybody who felt they had to stay out for that may now return and take part in the rest of the meeting. Rory's just gone to get the other people.
Rory's gone. Yes, I think that's where it's gone.
So, members, good to welcome back Councillors Stobart and Hobart, thank you, and Councillor Nieto. Members, so we're now on to item 9, the Council Tax Resolution. This is on pages 263 to 284 of our agendas. So, I'll call on Councillor John Williams to present the report and move the recommendation. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Chair. I just formally move this. I hope it's not contentious.
Sorry, is that all you're going to say? Yeah. Okay, right. So is it seconded, Councillor?
Yes.
Thank you, by Councillor Bridget Smith. Do you wish to speak?
I reserve my right.
Thank you. Does anybody wish to speak to this? Councillor Heather Williams?
I think given what we've said before about not supporting the increases, then we're not going to support the resolution that would bring in the increases. So I assume that was a comical effect, what Councillor John Williams was saying about hoping it would be controversial. Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely not going to support it.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? No. So I'll go to a vote. Thank you.
Should the seconder have a right to speak?
She's asked. I've asked her and she said no. You didn't want to speak, did you? You do?
I don't want to speak.
No,
no.
that's what
There's
I thought
nothing
you
to
said.
talk about. Let's move on.
Okay, so can we go to a vote then, please, Aaron? So if you wish to vote for the council tax resolution, as on page 263, press green. If you object, press red. If you wish to abstain, press yellow. Thank you. I think we're there.
Not quite.
The two extra
Oh
ones,
yes,
right?
we've got two
Three,
extras.
three, nicely.
I think it's actually easier on this. But right, we're up to 37. That's good. Okay, so that's 27 in favour, 10 objections and no abstentions. So that is carried. Thank you, members. With that, we move on to item 10, which is the Swavesey byways rate for the financial year 2023-24, and it's on pages 285 to 288 of our agenda. So I call on Councillor Henry Batchelor, League Cabinet Member for Waste and Environmental Services, to present the report and move the recommendation. Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair, and hopefully this is a genuinely uncontentious item, so I will try and be as swift as I possibly can be. So this is an item that comes to us annually, whereby we're asking Council to agree a rate for local landowners in and around the Swavesey byways to essentially pay the District Council a very small fee, in return for which the District Council provides materials and support for maintenance of said byways. Two thank yous I'd like to make first of all, one to officers who I know do a sterling job every year on this, and also huge thanks to the local member, Councillor Sue Ellington, who I know is very pivotal in this whole process, getting landowners together and getting agreement for this particular rate. And given the conversations we've had so far today, Chair, the rate isn't actually proposed to increase at all. So hopefully that is a positive news story from today. I believe also Councillor Ellington will be seconding this item. And I think that is probably all I need to say at this stage, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sue Ellington, do you confirm your seconding? Would you like to speak now or later?
Thanks. I'm absolutely delighted to second this. I have to say the officers have gone above and beyond and been very helpful and supportive to myself and the whole process. And I am very happy that we have come to a sensible conclusion that I think all farmers, and that's something, are in agreement with. Thank you.
Thank you. I suspect we may all be in agreement. Can I take this by affirmation, members? Hurrah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So moving on to item 11. This is the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel, the Members' Allowances Scheme for 2022-23, and it's on pages 289 to 304 of our agenda. And I call on the Elections and Democratic Services Manager, Mr. Andrew Francis, to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members will know that the IRP met in October last year and did make a recommendation to Council to increase allowances by 1.4%. Council in November did request that the IRP look at that again, and they did that earlier this month and reconsidered their previous position. So they reflected on the sustained inflationary picture and decided that it would be appropriate to recommend 4.25% increase across all allowances, including SRAs, which is the recommendation that members can see on page 289.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. We have the recommendations, which are set out at page 289 of the pack, and I shall propose the recommendation, and I believe Councillor Fane.
Perhaps I could second that recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. Would anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Heather Williams, Councillor Dan Lentell.
Thank you, Chair. Now, when we discussed this last time, part of the reason that we asked for this to be deferred was so that members could be contacted, like we had done previously, and submit. It was sort of like a timesheet, as it were, that we sort of showed how much time we were spending, and that's very much what I think I myself assumed would happen again, and that was referenced in the meeting and happened. So I was surprised to see this back here so soon. In the absence of that being done, which I think we all agreed needed to be done, and it hasn't been, I would like to propose on page 290 that we actually take option B, and then further work can be done for next year. But in the current climate, when we just put up other people's council tax and rents, I think it would be very poor of us to then put it up without having that in-depth view. So, and I do have a seconder for my suggestion of option B, Chair, if required.
Okay, thank you. Who is your seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Councillor Williams, the effect of that would be to negate what's on the paper. So would it not have been the same effect to have simply voted against?
Chair, I'm trying to give others opportunity to, that was one of the options that was presented. If that's how you want to take it, obviously we'll vote against it.
Sorry, you are.
Since I'm the proposer, sorry. Does anybody else, I noticed Councillor Lentell wished to speak to it. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Councillor Brown, wait just in a moment. In order.
Can I clarify? Have we rejected the amendment
we haven't,
because it negates the primary?
No, I haven't decided yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
So I'm allowing the debate to happen.
Okay.
Okay. So, Councillor Lentell, did you wish to speak on this?
Yes, I do want to speak on the issue of remunerations for councillors. We play a very important role in our community and in our society. And of course, that needs to be reflected in the remuneration so that people can participate in the system. But we've just voted, or rather the Lib Dem supermajority in this room, have just voted through, as Councillor Heather Williams has said, an increase to everybody else's council tax and an increase to council rents, even though no other options were apparently available. How can you guys bear, excuse me, through the chair, how can anybody bear to vote to make council tax go up in the current climate and council rents go up in the current climate and then put a single penny piece into our own pockets. This is wrong. We should not do this.
Thank you. Just one moment, Councillor Lantel. Thank you. Councillor Mills, would you like to comment?
Yes, I think first of all I'd like to comment on Councillor Heather Williams' question over the process. We did actually reflect in our last council meeting a desire to have the IRP revisit this in some depth, and I think all that's happened is that we've run out of time. We've got around 2 months left to the end of the financial year, so we don't have another council meeting until after that time, and then be working not only in backdating this stuff, but we'd have to go through different financial years. And the response of the IRP is to have done a relatively, if I said superficial, that might sound denigrating, but they've done a quick review of this, and that's what's before us today. And I would very much be supportive of getting the IRP to do a significant review of this. We're in an invidious position, aren't we, of having to vote on our own allowances. You know, this happened in the Houses of Parliament decades ago when they finally got round to assigning that process to somebody independent. We've got a record, actually, since certainly I took my position here in 2018 of either taking less than the recommendations and significantly in the first year of office, and we have not gone against the IRP in principle for since that time. So we're actually paying ourselves proportionally significantly less than we were. I mean, I did a few calculations to check how much that was. So we have been very modest in the increases that we've taken, and I suggest that the simple route right now, today, is to accept this recommendation and then have the whole system reviewed in depth, as mentioned before, including reconsideration of how much we pay the members of the IRP, which is a pitifully small amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you. In France, there is a formula set by government which sets what local councillors are paid, and the amount is dependent on the number of people they represent. And that means it's fair and equal regardless of where you are in France. So we're working with a deeply flawed system, and at LGA this is brought up time and time again. And one hopes that one day government will sort this out, because there's serious inequalities across the country in the remuneration that councillors achieve. We have councils where there's been a history of freezing remuneration. They end up then with a deficit like we have here. Others where people are earning, well, some council leaders can be on £60,000 a year, which actually, for the amount of work involved in the job, is probably quite fair, but that's not what we get here. So we've got to work with what we've got. The consequences of not remunerating people fairly is that we lose diversity in local government, and so the only people who become councillors are wealthy people, either people with pensions or people who can be supported by their spouses, or who have independent incomes, or who have part-time jobs that pay them enough that they can be councillors. And we lack diversity. We need people in this chamber who represent those from every income level. And the current system simply does not allow that because it does not compensate people adequately for loss of income from doing their job and the time this job takes. It's a heavy demand being a district councillor, and it needs sorting out. It needs sorting out by government. But in the meantime, we just have to do our best with the poor tools we have.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I never forget many years ago when we were told that Huntington was going to have an executive leader, not a leader. And when we asked what is the difference between an executive leader and a leader, we were told £15,000 a year. We are in a situation where no matter what we do, we cannot win on this. This is something that needs to be done completely independently, and we're told that's it. But at this moment, we're not there, and we have to vote. I can't vote for this on this year, not only for the reasons that we've outlined with regards to the cost of living, but also the fact that we have not been asked, or I have not been asked. I normally have something come through, and I have to fill it out and say what we've been done. As far as I'm aware, none of us have been asked what we do. So how can we then justify having an increase when we have not been asked what we're actually doing? For all we know, maybe our work has decreased. I doubt it, but that is something that could have happened. So there's no support for this. There's no foundation for it. So at the moment, I cannot vote for it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. I can't see anybody else who wishes to speak, so I'm going to hand over to Rory to speak on this.
Thank you, Chair. So just very, very briefly, there is a proposal on the table which has got a proposer and a seconder. That should be voted upon now. The proposal that was put forward by Councillor Heather Williams, in my opinion, would negate the motion, and so if the motion that's on the table didn't pass, then we would pass over to Councillor Williams to vote on the alternative, which was to reject the panel's recommendations, but I would go to the vote now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Rory. So we vote on the recommendation as it is on our paper. Members, Aaron, can you set us up for the vote? Thank you. So the recommendation is as at paragraph 2 on page 289 of the agenda. If you wish to support that, please vote green. If you object to it, please vote red. And if you wish to abstain, vote yellow. Right, we're up to 37. Is that the number in the room?
One person missing, Chair.
38. Okay, thank you. So,
There's one just to vote. There we go.
okay, right. So that is 28 votes in favour, 10 votes against and no abstentions. So that is carried. Thank you, members. We move on to the calendar of meetings for 2023-24 administrative year, and that's on pages 305 to 310. And I will hand over to Andy Francis, to the Elections and Democratic Services Manager, to present the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to put out to members proposed dates for meetings for 2023-24 in Appendix A, item 12, starting at page 305.
Thank you very much. Do any members note any problems with that agenda, that calendar? No? Okay, great. So, can I just assume that we take that by affirmation, members? Great, thank you. We have item 13. There is no agenda paper. This is membership of committees and outside bodies. The purpose of this item is to note and endorse any changes in the membership of committees which have been made in accordance with the wishes of the leader of the political group to which the seat has been allocated, as well as to agree any changes required in the membership of outside bodies. So the Council is asked to note the following changes. In respect of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority Housing Committee, to note the appointment of Councillor Bridget Smith in place of Councillor John Batchelor and Councillor Peter Sandford as substitute. In respect of the Employment and Staffing Committee, to note the appointment of Councillor Bridget Smith as a substitute. And that is simply to note, members. So we move on to item 14, which is the report from the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority on pages 311 to 376. Council is invited to note the report on the work of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority as outlined in the agenda. Do our representatives on the Combined Authority have any other comment that they wish to make? So our representatives are on Audit and Governance, Councillor Jeff Harvey. Jeff is not indicating any wish to speak. Overview and Scrutiny, Aidan van der Veer and Councillor Jeff Harvey. No. And Combined Authority Board, Councillor Bridget Smith. No. Okay. So, members, do you have any questions for our representatives? Thank you, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, I'll ask probably the leaders, the person who was at the meetings predominantly. Previously, we've asked about, given the sort of bad pressure we say that the authority received, was the leader confident that the staffing changes that have been made were robust enough to deliver what was needed. Subsequently to that, we have seen further, so there's been a letter and from government and other issues. So I'm just wondering whether the leader is still confident in that, and what assurances can, as our representative, she give us in relation to what is going on there.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bridget Smith, leader.
So there's been a senior level restructure of staffing there. I got an email today confirming the appointment of 2 new executive directors, and I was involved in the interviewing for both of them. That leaves a 3rd executive director to be found. We still have an interim chief executive, and I think there's going to be interviewing in, can't quite think when, March, April, for the new chief executive. The improvement board is now in place, chaired by Lord Kerslake, and there's representatives on that from each of the political parties. The improvement board is a bunch of competent people, so I'm sure they will do their utmost. But the combined authority is a super tanker that needs to be turned round, and it takes a lot of time to turn a super tanker round, and it takes the will of all the politicians involved in order to do that. So I can't give firm assurances. As I think I said last time, the one thing that does give me confidence that we're moving in the right direction, and certainly there are quite a lot of tangible improvements notable already, but it's the involvement of the chief executives of all the partner councils is the thing that makes me think this is potentially in good hands, and that good work is underway, and that's been a complete and utter game changer. But there is an element of keeping our fingers crossed. But at the end of the day, there has to be the will of all of the political leadership to make the combined authority work.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dunn-Lentel.
No, I think the analogy to a stricken vessel is rather apt. The Titanic one springs to mind. It might be possible to turn the Titanic round, but I think it's sinking without a trace. Will the people representing this council to the combined authority say whether or not they have spoken up or against the proposed precept creation? I believe the figure being mooted was about £15 a year or something for the wonder that is the combined authority. Is that right?
Thank you. So I didn't say a stricken vessel, and I didn't say it was sinking. I said it was a large vessel, and large vessels take some time to turn round. There was a previous paper that referenced the mayoral precept, which is £12. That was approved by, I voted for it, because as you will recall, Stagecoach withdrew 18 bus services about 3 months before Christmas, which all of us voiced grave concerns about. the number 18 particularly affected my ward, and the combined authorities stepped in with some reserves to keep those 18 bus services running for a 6-month period. But on the understanding that when that 6 months ran out, that an alternative source of funding would need to be secured, and that is what the £12 precept, £1 a month, is allocated towards 18 bus services serving thousands and thousands of people in hundreds of different communities over really quite a large area.
Thank you very much. Can I ask members to remember to address their questions to me and to do so courteously? Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the new precept that the leader has already confirmed that she supported, when I was at one of my parish council meetings, a bus went past, and I kid you not, everyone in the room stopped and stared at it, because they're not a common occurrence. So there has been some, I'm trying to put this delicately, Chair, but there has been some unrest as to why the precept is coming in for many residents aren't served by buses and the like. So can I ask, when the leader made the decision, through yourself, Chair, to impose another precept on our residents, is there any security that ring fences the money that is provided from South Cambs residents to be spent in South Cambridgeshire? So even if it's not for their particular parish, at least a neighbouring parish, or is it a big pot with no way of knowing where it's getting spent?
Thank you. My understanding is that the vote is taken by more than just one person. Thank you. Councillor Smith, could you respond?
So the vote was taken by the voting members of the board and went through on a majority. The vote was taken on the understanding that the precept was for buses, and particularly those bus services that had been axed. The precept is for not just residents of South Cambridge, the whole of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And you know, when those bus services were axed, my inbox was full of really very, very sad pleas from people living in villages in South Cambridgeshire who were going to be marooned. And I had letters from, you know, inspiring writing from mainly elderly ladies just saying that number 18 bus in particular was the only way they had of getting out of their communities. So, you know, if I had voted against that precept, I would have been voting for the axing of 18 bus services affecting largely residents in South Cambridgeshire, and I wasn't prepared to do that. So, you know, but again, you know, we've talked at length about council tax exemptions and so on. You know, we're having, I know, you know, we are in a cost of living crisis, but in a cost of living crisis, provision of public transport becomes ever more important, particularly to those on low incomes and those people who might well have to stop using their cars because they can no longer afford the fuel or the maintenance costs of those cars.
Point of information, Chair.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Just that I'm sure there are elderly gentlemen as well as ladies that use the bus service. Sure we don't want any more accusations.
No, no. The letters I received were exclusively from women. The letters I received, which is what I was saying.
I'm sure. Thank you. Let's call a halt there. We understand what we're talking about. Thank you. Councillor Brian Wills.
I'd just like to report that last week I attended a rural bus summit for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And at that summit, we were presented by the Combined Authority lead officer on bus services, Tim Bellamy, and we had a day's worth of consultation and discussion about how we could best cope with a changing scenario, and particularly with this loss of confidence that the actions of Stagecoach took by deregistering their services, re-registering some of them to get more money. It really seems as though they look like they're gaming the system in many respects, putting up the bus fares in January when the government's cap of £2 a journey came in, so that they would recoup more money. And it's not exclusive. They're answerable to their shareholders, not us. So this ongoing issue that we have with managing our bus services can really only lie with the combined authority. We hope we're going to move to, as quickly as possible, to a franchising scheme, because that holds up the best prospect of giving our rural communities the best service that is likely to be possible. But that's not a quick process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bill Handley.
Yes, thank you. I'm really pleased that the Combined Authority took the decision they did, because one of the services that is going to underpin is the City 5 service, which serves my villages over in Willingham, and which caused a huge furore when Stagecoach elected to discontinue it. So thank you, Combined Authority.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly. My ward faced having both its bus services removed. City 4 was rerouted away from my villages, and number 18 also faced the axe, and people were already asking the question what's going to happen in March. So seeing this, I can report back to them to say at least something is going on and the buses will still be available.
Thank you very much, members. Councillor Ellington.
I'm sorry to cast dispersions on this backslapping, but yes, the buses stopped. In Swavesey, the buses used to go 1 hour that way and one the next hour they came back that way. So if you wanted to go to over-surgery, you could go to over-surgery and you could catch the next bus back. Now they go in a circle, so it takes over 2 hours if you want to go to doctor's surgery. And every single bus I have seen in the last fortnight is empty because they are not run in a way which is compatible with what the residents need. And I believe the message should go back to Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority that they need to put somebody in charge of them who knows what they're doing when they're putting bus services on. Sorry, I'm having a stroll.
The operator is still currently Stagecoach, so I don't think we've done anything about that. Councillor Smith.
So thank you, Councillor Ellington. That's an extremely strong argument for bus franchising, and that's what the Combined Authority is looking at, because you're absolutely right. Some of the services we have are not the services we need. We have the GCP working towards doubling the bus network, thank goodness, because it is inadequate and it doesn't go where it needs to go. And fortunately, the Combined Authority are also now talking about introducing franchising in a quite short period. They're talking about 2 years, which is ambitious, but that means that we will then have a strong voice in determining what those routes are, what those buses are, how frequently they run, and where they go.
And what the fares are.
Thank you
and what
very
the fares
much.
are.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. I'm going to call halt there, as indeed there are no further hands up. So this item is noted. Thank you. So we move on to item 15, the Greater Cambridge Partnership, which is pages 377 to 380 in our agendas. And this is feedback from the Joint Assembly meeting on the 23rd of November. Our representatives on the Executive Board is Councillor Bridget Smith. Does anybody wish to raise anything? Thank you. Councillor Bygott and Councillor Cohn.
Thank you, Chairman. So on page 378 in paragraph 3.2, there's a mention of the issues of design quality and LTN 120. And my question is, does this cover the question of safety? What safety measures is the GCP going to put in place following the recent fatality on the cycleway between Girton and Oakington? And should the GCP continue to design routes for cyclists or horse riders immediately adjacent to busy roads? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bygott. So our representative is Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you very much indeed. So this was obviously the meeting of the Assembly, not the board. And we do have Councillor Bearpark here, who is there. I wonder whether Councillor Bearpark would like to respond rather than me, because I think he's probably had that very discussion.
Councillor Bearpark, would you like to respond?
Yes, I'm very happy to respond to that. And the most recent GCP meeting, where we were discussing the Melbourne, Barton, Horningsea and Sawston Greenway, thank you. I also raised this, and I have been asking the GCP to look at ensuring that there is separation between the NNU routes and the roads wherever possible.
Thank you. And Councillor Cohn.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was just a quick request for an update on the Fulbourn to Cambridge Cycle Greenway, just 'cause it seems to have gone a little bit quiet again, and I just wondered if, it doesn't have to be today, but if I could have a written update on that from the members, that'd be great. Thank you.
Noted, thank you. Right. I'm sure that will come back to you. So, members, this item is noted then. We move on to item 16, which is the Oxford-Cambridge Regional Partnership, pages 381 to 388 in our agenda packs, and I invite Councillor Bridget Smith to speak to that.
So I think I've probably said everything that I need to say in answer to the question from the member of the public on this, so I won't say any more, but if there's any questions, I'm happy to do my best to answer them.
So, members, do you have any questions? So, Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, not so much questions, but focusing on the recommendations. I think the Ops Camargue, I remember Councillor Nick Wright, one of the first meetings I attended, asking the leader what the vision was that the council was sending in relation to the ARC, and how I think we asked nearly every meeting on the trot and we still felt no further forward. Now, I do appreciate there are benefits to that, and I can see why it's something that government are supportive of promoting. However, I am concerned about the lack of scrutiny that's been available for us to hold the administration to account on this previously, and I am concerned that our previous concerns have always sort of been battered away and not really taken as seriously as we would like. So with that in mind, we are minded to not support what Cabinet wishes to do, and therefore the appointment of anybody. I think we have seen what has come out in the way that this has been represented at this council, and there are other councils where this may be beneficial. I'm not against the whole principle, but I think right now, can I be certain that what is happening will be, as a result of what happens here in this council, our views represented there? That's not our experience, and I will not support something that I don't know what's going to happen with. And I think that's how very much I feel at the moment, due to the lack of information and responses we've had previously. Thank you, Chair.
We are only being asked to note this.
I'm going to pause a minute.
Okay, members, this is in fact a recommendation for, which is on page 381, paragraph 2. So we'll take it as a vote. Sorry. We need a proposer for this recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Smith, and a seconder, Councillor Brian Mills. Thank you. So, does anybody wish to have any further discussion on this? Yes, sure.
So, Councillor Williams, absolutely agree with you over the frustration on the lack of, transparency over the last 5 years. And your views have been reiterated at numerous meetings by myself and leaders of all other political persuasions, time and time again. And the block was government. Government did not approve meetings being in public, agendas and minutes being published, or the creation of a website. So it was a massive frustration to us all. So, this is a cross-party partnership across a large number of councils, and it is a government, Conservative government sponsored scheme. All of the leaders of all political persuasions, when we were discussing the possibility of a pan-regional partnership, and these came out of the Levelling Up white paper, all of us said one of our red lines was that it had to be in public, because we were all of us getting battered by the oppositions in our councils about it, and it was really, really difficult. If we could have shared stuff with you, we would have shared stuff with you. There was nothing terribly contentious, and actually, all of us get on well, and we all see what the opportunities are here. So there is now a website. There's now, there's various governance documents and constitution. There's now a shadow board, agendas and meetings and minutes and everything will be on this website, so you can go on it now. So that was a red line for all of us, and we would, I think, without failing, we would all have just said no if government didn't agree that. So this is embryonic, but all of us know that there is only a certain amount that we can achieve in isolation as a relatively small district council. But there's an awful lot we can achieve in partnership, and that's why we have a combined authority, because the previous administration, when they signed up to the combined authority, acknowledged that we are much more powerful, a much stronger voice working in partnership. And this is like a bigger combined authority, but actually without the constraints of the combined authority. So yes. But if things go wrong, then we'll stop doing it. But if we're not in the room, we're not involved in the conversation, and we don't have the opportunity to influence things, and we don't get the opportunity to benefit from it. So this is the early days of this, and as I say, I think it's important to be around the table with everybody else. And I'd just like to reiterate, cross-party. The chair is Councillor Barry Woods of Cherwell Council, and Cherwell's the accountable body as well. Anyway, so I think it's a good thing for us to be doing, but we'll keep it under review, and hopefully there'll be a lot more information for you to scrutinise moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Lentel.
Not if it goes wrong, when it goes wrong. Because the problem about these regional partnerships is that they're trying to plug a hole in a failure of the 1990s to deliver meaningful devolution to England. And the problem that we've got is that these partnerships start out with the best of intentions, he said with a large pinch of salt, but they're not accountable. And so we've now got a situation where the leader of this council is going to the combined authority with Peterborough and saying, yeah, go on, tax us more, we love it, we love our buses.
Councillor Lentel,
Can we guarantee that there will be no tax implications, that Oxcam Arc will never be able to put a trans-regional partnership levy on people's council tax bills?
Councillor Lentel, thank you. Thank you for moderating your language. Councillor Smith.
So, in responding to Councillor Lentel, I'm going to be very mindful of the joint motion about debate, not hate, and courtesy in public life that we're going to be discussing at the end of this meeting. So, it's quite clear, if you read the papers, that this partnership has no powers. It can't precept, it can't make planning decisions. It's a consultative body to work in partnership, to identify projects, and there's a nice list of projects there on page 382, which by working together we can hopefully attract government funding and funding from elsewhere. So it's quite clear that it's not going to be a precepting body, and it's not going to take away any of our powers. So it's not about devolution.
Thank you very much. I can't see any other... Oh, yes, Councillor Martin Khan.
I'd like to comment here in terms of the comments of Councillor Lentel, Chairman, about my experience from the situation in France, where the situation is that you have lots of small local authorities which are stuck in axpit because the Senate, which is half made up of local authority mayors, will be needed to approve any changes in the local authority structure. And where, as a result, you have many intercommunal, they're called, interlocal authority structures, like you've got here. So this is a pragmatic response to a difficulty in the structure. The Liberal Democrats have always been in favour of devolution to England. I absolutely agree with Councillor Lentel on that. But the situation at present, and you can see that the situation is much more logical in Wales and Scotland, where devolution, where local authority has been restructured through a devolution settlement. It's absolutely needed in England, I agree, but we are where we are. And we have to work with what we have. And this is the pragmatic solution that we've got available. And we have to, it's important that we are participating in it. That's where we are. The fact that the situation isn't satisfactory is a matter for government. We can't change it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin Khan. So I'm going to go to the recommendation on page 381, paragraph 2. It's recommended that Council supports South Cambridgeshire District Council Cabinet's intention to confirm its membership of the Oxford to Cambridge Partnership as it becomes formally recognised and funded by government as a pan-regional partnership, and the appointment of the leader as the Council's representative on the pan-regional partnership. If you are in favour of that, can I ask, Aaron, that you vote with the green button? If you object, vote with the red button, and if you wish to abstain, vote with the yellow button. If you have voted, there will be 2 blank buttons and 1 showing the colour that you have voted. If you're not in that situation, please let us know.
Yeah, I think that's everybody now, Chair.
35, okay. A couple of levers. So that is 26 in favour, 9 objections and no abstainers. So that is carried. Right, members, because we have such a long agenda, I am proposing to continue now, unless there is a wild request to stop, and to go to the questions which are on item 17. Actually, I will also take a vote that we continue, because we have been going for 4 hours, members. So can I ask that we have approval to continue? Agreed? Thank you so much. Right, okay.
Chairman, excuse me. Thank you, Chairman.
Howell.
Chairman, very, very quickly, I know all the questions are very important, and I don't dispute that. But
you might be about to preempt something I'm going to say.
I'll just ask if we could have the notice of motion first, because I think that's very important. Let's have the notice of motion. Then, if people have got to go, the notice of motion has been done, which is very important, I believe. I can only say my opinion. It's in your discretion.
Have you got a seconder, Councillor Howell? A cloud of them. Okay, so with that, can I just, all in favour of that, would you like to raise your hands? Okay, so let's do that. We'll bring... I think we'll just wait for Councillor Heather Williams, because she was seconding that motion, so we'll just pause on that.
Thank you.
Until she returns.
Why don't we take 5 minutes?
You take 5 minutes, I'll be taken. No, exactly. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to wait for her to come back. The motion could be done in 10 minutes. Yes, exactly. So I'm not going to wait.
Heather won't be back for another 5 minutes.
Aaron, could you take the vote down, please? Could you take the vote down? No, no, please don't. We haven't stopped the meeting. The meeting is still ongoing.
Oh, I'm getting a look from Rory.
Can't change your minds, can you, Laurie?
Sound on my last costly. I have to banish you from the room.
I'm going to take that.
So, members, we have, it's been proposed and seconded that we bring forward the motion, which is currently at number 18, but out of courtesy, since you are the seconder, Councillor Heather Williams, we've waited until you returned. So, item 18, can I just, are we all in agreement that we bring it forward? Okay, thank you. So, you are reminded that a maximum period of 30 minutes is allowed for each motion to be moved, seconded and debated, including dealing with any amendments. At the expiry of the 30-minute period, debate will cease immediately, and the mover of the original motion, or if the original motion has been amended, the mover of that amendment now forming a substantive motion will have the right of reply before the motion or amendment is put to the vote. So we have Councillor Bridget Smith. Would you... There's a motion standing in the name of Councillors Bridget Smith and Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Bridget Smith, would you like to move the motion?
Thank you. So the key issue here is the normalisation of abuse for those of us in local government. And that abuse can be in person, it can be written, it can be online. It happens in many, many ways. And it's a situation that's getting worse and worse. And the abuse can be member on member, public on member, public on officer, member on officer, MP on member, so many ways. But those of us, and I'm speaking on behalf of officers as well as members, are on the receiving end of abuse on a daily basis. And I have no doubt that this toxicity is getting worse and worse. And very regrettably, and that's what the work we were doing at the Local Government Association, the threshold for intervention is getting higher and higher. And the number of times people say to me, oh, you've got to have a thick skin to do this job. Why do you have to have a thick skin? That's not right. So I'm going to give you 3 examples. So I met quite recently somebody who used to be a district councillor here, and I'm not going to mention them by name because some of you know them. And when I talked to this person, for the first time, they said to me, the reason I stopped doing this was, and this person left about 6-7 years ago, was because what went on in this council chamber, they found so unpleasant that it made them really unhappy and really depressed and really ill. And this was a super councillor who contributed so much to the life of this council and actually sowed quite a lot of the seeds for some of the good stuff that we're doing now. And I was really sad, actually, that I didn't know about it at the time, because I think I fell into the pit of assuming that everybody had a thick skin, and actually there was somebody here who didn't have a thick skin, who was really, really suffering. So we lost somebody who would have been an asset to us and who I wish was here today. I've got a friend who is a council leader, who is a young woman of colour, and she's not a Lib Dem, and she receives death threats on a daily basis. And she has received photographs which have been manipulated to show her family members being mutilated. So just about as bad as it can be. I'm very good friends with the leader of Stevenage Council. She was attacked, physically attacked, on her doorstep about 2 years ago. And then last week, I was walking my dog in the village, and somebody just suddenly decided to verbally attack me. I won't repeat the words which were used, and spat at me. Now, that's the first time in 15 years that's ever happened to me. But so things are getting worse. Now, I've been around for 15 years, and I am tough, and I do have a thick skin. But if that had happened to me back when I was new, actually, I would probably have been really, really upset by it, and it would probably really have played on my mind. And actually, I might have thought, actually, I don't want to do this job anymore. So, the worry is that, somebody shouting at you in the street and spitting on your feet, it's a small step for that becoming physical violence. And it's very, very wrong that, any of us should be in fear of physical violence against us, because we're doing a job that is public service, and we're all doing it because we want to make people's lives better. None of us are doing this because, we have huge, great political ambitions. We're doing it because we care about our communities, and we want to make life better for people we care about. And we all know, we've already had a conversation today about the need for local government to be more diverse and more representative of the people in our communities. But, how do you sell to a potential candidate, being a district councillor, being a county councillor, even being a parish councillor, if this is possibly what happens, if they're going to receive horrendous abuse on social media, people spreading lies and misinformation about them? And the problem with that is, there are so many lies out there from so many sources, and it can be member on member, MP on member, parish councillor on member, member of the public on member, and most horribly of all, people attacking officers who, of course, have no right to reply, which makes it even more acceptable. Thank you. I will wind up. So how do we sell this job, which is a great job? It's the best job in the world. How do we sell it to people unless we get on top of this? So there's 5 recommendations here, which I hope you'll find it easy to support. The most important thing we can do, though, is to lead by example. So, conduct ourselves in this chamber to set an example to everybody of the standards that, that we want to be treated by. And we're very fortunate in our current chair and our previous chair that they are sticklers for, the best conduct within public life. So I'm sure others of you have similar stories, but let's put a stop to these stories by supporting this motion and leading by example ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. And Councillor Heather Williams, you're seconding this. Do you wish to speak now?
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to say it was 15 years in before I got my first, but I think it was not, as I've not been a councillor that long. And Chair, I'm going to choose my words very carefully today, because I have no doubt that in supporting this, we will actually almost inspire some to do exactly what we're trying to stop. Inevitably, that is a consequence. It's not right, but we do have to be careful. And like the leader, I reflect on some things that have happened to numerous elected members of this council in the time that I've been here. They've been threatened to be shot, told they should be pinned up against the wall and exterminated, threatened to be stabbed, had their pets threatened to be stabbed, been called scum, been threatened with sexual assault, and been told evil. Now, I agree with the leader that we must conduct ourselves in this chamber in a way that is respectful, although disagree, and sometimes with humour. But actually, it goes beyond the walls of this council chamber. I think every one of us has been told, toughen up, and that is because that is the reality of where we're at. So it's not bad advice, and I'd stress it's really not bad advice, but it is regrettable that it's necessary. And for myself, I think the real issue is how quickly people can be dehumanised. And that's not inside this chamber. That happens outside. And I've put that while our differences of opinion and robust debate is natural and healthy, and I do believe it's healthy, in politics, we all want the same thing. It's just the method in which we get there that differs. It's a responsibility of us as politicians, but residents alike, that they see strength in our differences. Do not belittle or dismiss others for having a different view. And if we were to take the word politics out, or political beliefs out, and replaced it with many other things, it would be protected. But for some unknown reason, because we hold particular political values, it makes us fair game. We must always remember that councillors are not names in front of us, they're not pictures on a website, they are human beings, and with their families as well. Because the anxiety that some of these threats, some are political, some are physical, some are not meant with intent, some are, does have an impact not just on ourselves, but the families and the people around us. We must never forget or attempt to dehumanise those who put themselves forward to serve their communities. And I think there is a big onus on that for us outside this chamber. If you put literature out there that suggests that because somebody has a particular view, that they are somehow evil, they are scum, they are not worthy of your time, then the consequences will be threats. And unfortunately, it's something that we have had to deal with. We shouldn't, and we will continue to deal with it, I have no doubt, for quite some time yet. So while I'm happy to support this motion, I am realistic about the outcomes of it, and this will not be a quick fix. We've seen sometimes, and I've sort of referenced it earlier, that we put pen to paper, and that's very easy for us all to agree on. But the implications of that are harder to achieve, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Heather Williams. Okay, so, sorry? Oh, thank you. Would you like to speak on this? Councillor Lyons.
I'd just like to add my support to this motion. And I'm interested in the differentiation between what goes on in this chamber, which is, I've got to say, I think it's actually improved. I remember very strident arguments between chair and opposition leader previously, perfectly reasonable generally, but not really an illustration of what we are proposing to act as an exemplar. No, not you, a predecessor of yours. And so what I'm saying, Chair, is that, you know, this principle of civil disagreement is absolutely a requirement of us in this chamber, but out in the wider world. And I was pleased to be directed to read the Nolan Principles before I took my place on the parish council many years ago. And it's something that I think that we should just remind ourselves in this context. There are guidelines for showing respect to each other. Unfortunately, the public feel that we're fair game. I've been criticised of being useless. that's an opinion, that's fair enough. But when I get told I'm lining my pockets, I'm still waiting for the brown envelope. He's lying. But then the offers of violence in the street for suggesting somebody's parking badly is not acceptable. And so I'm very much in support of this motion. Thank you.
I note both Councillor John Williams and Councillor Sally Ann Hart. But first, I've got Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, it's a very emotive subject, isn't it? And already we're moderating our language. We're already doing that. People don't. People will say anything and everything, and they give the most vile, disgusting terms. So I've known members here to have letters saying, I'm going to rape your arse. And that's what they said because of a planning meeting. I don't know what happened in the planning meeting. I have no idea, but I tell you this now, that's the type of thing that they went home to that night. And it's absolutely vile. I was walking alongside an elected member the other day after they gave a talk in a public meeting, and as they were walking along, there was a guy who just walking along, just shouting abuse and horrible abuse, and he agreed with what the person said in the public meeting. But because they're a politician, they believe that they had the right to abuse them. And these are people who, let's be honest, we are local people. The national politicians and what Diane Abbott has had to put up with is absolutely disgusting. And I think here it gets a bit rumbust, as it used to be years ago, a bit more. And when you went a bit over the top, you had to apologise, and that was it. But now, the fact of the matter is, you're getting these emails, and it could be from anywhere in the world, from people who don't even know you. They've just picked on you and just having a go. And the problem is, if it is somebody who has a go at you face-to-face, you know what they look like. But when it's an email or it's a letter, it could be anybody. You could be walking down the street, you could be in the shop, and you don't know if the person standing next to you is the one who sent you the email. And it's hard, and I think the only thing we can do is protect each other. That's it. It comes down to that. We've got to protect each other as much as we possibly can. All politics aside, no matter what the issue was, whether you agree with the issue or not, you have to protect each other. And that's the biggest thing we've got to do. I wholeheartedly support this. And we have been called scum. I'm sorry, we are not the scum. The people who write this and this vile, disgusting stuff, they are the scum. I'll say it. 99.9% recurring people are wonderful. We'll have a bit of fun at your expense. They'll say some things that laugh it off. But there are some real scum out there. And it is nothing we can do but protect each other. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell. Tom Bygott, Councillor Tom Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the leader made really quite a good point earlier when she was talking about people having thick skins. And I think if courteous people and nice people and sensible people and normal people and people who represent the community are driven out of politics because of a very toxic environment, then that is not going to be good for democracy, and people are not going to get the leadership that they're asking for. There are plenty of narcissistic people, psychopathic people who have very thick skins and who don't mind at all being insulted or getting death threats as long as that leads to power. And I think if we want to protect our democracy and if we want to have political representation that represents people and that is made up of people who are like us, then we have to take a stand and we have to make sure that we don't drive nice and polite people out of politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I can remember 30 years ago when in council chambers it was pretty rowdy and we were pretty rude to each other, and then we all went down the pub together and had a drink. And at the time you thought, well, that's okay. We gave as good as we got. What does it matter? Because we all got thick skins. We could all be rude to each other, but we all knew that it was a game. And at the end of the day, you all mates, you all went down, in particular in Waltham Forest, we all ran Prince of Wales, and we made sure the meetings finished at 10 o'clock so we could get there before closing time. Looking back, I think that was not the way to do it. And we are now reaping the outcome of that behaviour. It still goes on in Parliament, you know, people trying to shout other people down so they can't be heard. And so I think in some ways we brought this upon ourselves, because one thing that's different between then and now was, of course, in those days, the public only saw that if they could be bothered to go to the council meeting. Nowadays, they've got social media, we've got Twitter, we've got people copying that sort of behaviour now who think it's okay. They think it's okay to bully and belittle and insult other, politicians, because that's the way the politicians behave, isn't it? I've seen it on telly, I've seen it in Parliament, I've heard about it, I now see it on social media. So in some ways, we've only got ourselves to blame. I remember this council meeting, when I first came to this council, there was a certain person who sat at the back making chicken noises, or he would bleat, It was absolutely, and make rude remarks about certain people. He was allowed to do it. So now we're saying, please, we don't want it done anymore. That's fine, it shouldn't be done. But we have to remember that it's our behaviour that counts. It's our behaviour in this room and our behaviour elsewhere that, we've got to be absolutely correct in the way that we treat each other. Otherwise, you can't complain if it comes back at you. And unfortunately, as I say, looking back, 30 years to those meetings in Waltham Forest, we got pretty rowdy sometimes. We deliberately made the meetings go on till 3 a.m. in the morning because we knew the Tories would have fallen asleep by then. I mean, it was pretty tough in the 80s in local politics. But, as I say, I support this, and I hope that everyone supports this, and that we behave the way we want people to behave to us.
That's Sir John Williams. We have Councillor Sally Ann Hart and Councillor Bill Handley, and I will say something at the end. Do go ahead, Councillor Hart.
Thank you, Chair. It's no coincidence that I'm sitting here with a pen that reminds me that we all have a right to feel safe all the time. And, with that right comes a responsibility to observe other people's right to feel safe. I've not been in the council chamber for very long, and I think it's got better for me. I feel safer. I think the challenge is more elegant, and I take on board what you say, Councillor Howell, about looking out for each other and also holding each other to account. For me, it's, if somebody's going to apologise for making a mistake, we all make mistakes, but sorry is a feeling, and people need to feel sorry for mistakes and also need to feel safe enough to say, I made a mistake. I'm mindful that some people who we share our world with don't have the privilege that perhaps we have. Their experiences of growing up mean that they're not able to respond. They don't have that respondability, maybe, because of what's happened to them. If you've never been empathised with, how on earth can you empathise? So I try my hardest to not have a thick skin, because it's not about that, but exercise my right to feel safe, have people I can talk with that help me, and this idea of remaining curious about why somebody might behave in a particular way rather than furious about it. Because people can change, and I think you're spot on in terms of we need to be those role models and to challenge each other if people aren't respecting each other's right to feel safe. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sally Ann Hart. Councillor Bill Handley.
No, thank you. I've seen some pretty bad behaviour at parish council meetings. It's not just us. It goes right down to the lowest tier. It's actually got better for me, I think, as time has gone on. But I do know, I've seen it with my own eyes, a fellow councillor, county councillor, getting pretty badly treated by parish councils, and I do think that I hope we can sort of persuade them to modify their behaviour as well. As far as my experiences, so far the worst is that people thrust their finger in your face and, you know, having a pint, and you say, you're in favour of this bloody congestion charge, aren't you, mate? That's about as far as it's got so far. Finger in the face. A couple of people who I thought were friends have stopped talking to me. I guess that's part of the course for being a councillor, but it's very sad, isn't it? And I just think that we need to, all of us, think carefully before we say stuff that we say, and particularly on social media.
Thank you, Councillor Handley. Very quickly, Councillor Ellington, I'm going to call a halt after Councillor Ellington because I think we run the risk of running out of time. Councillor Ellington.
Thank you. I'm standing because I do think this is a really, really important thing that we're discussing. But perhaps my plea is that when I ring the doctor's surgery and it says abuse will not be tolerated, it makes me think, well, is that because you're not providing the service that I want, or that fellow people that phone up are not getting the service they want? Or is it that there is an increase in people who are abusive over the phone? And I just feel that sometimes emotions do overspill. But we have the knowledge as intelligent group of people to know that if we calm the situation, if we help somebody see that they're being unreasonable in some way, I agree with you that somebody spitting at you is really not something you want to start a conversation with. But I do feel that sometimes people do get worked up about things, and we shouldn't then charge them with being abusive. We need to just cool it. Okay?
Councillor Ellington, very quickly, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say one of the last meetings I went to with the Lib Dems was Councillor Hart's very good non-violent language presentation. And I have to say, through you, Chair, that's why when I resigned the Lib Dem whip, I was so incredibly hurt by the behaviour of former colleagues on social media, telling me that I was a Labour plant and that I hadn't been sincere in joining the Lib Dems to run to represent the residents of Over and Willingham. I have a serious moral issue with the congestion charge, and I accept that not everyone sees it in exactly that way. It's called policy definition. It's central to how we provide solutions to the problems that we face. So if I have offended, I beg your pardon. I hope that other people, particularly people who are reported in the newspapers as having bullied council members out of this chamber, will also take a moment to take up Councillor Hart's invitation and to say, yeah, this should be a safe space. This should be a space where we can say, yep, I got it wrong. I got that tone wrong. I put that the wrong way. And I repeatedly say to you, I am sorry if my tone crosses a line. However, let's not confuse it with the threats of actual physical violence and the actual intimidation that happens even to a member in this chamber today. And she got up and did her job while her abuser was in this building, and I just want to recognise that as something really special. Thank you.
Councillor Lentil. I'm not going to take any more comments because I'm going to make one myself. And no more. I just wanted to say that as chair of this council, I absolutely applaud this motion. I think it is the core of what we're trying to do here in this council. I'm very aware that when people are passionate about something, they're very often inclined to express themselves with that passion, and I have no objection to that. And obviously, the whole purpose, my purpose here is to enable debate. And so I'm very pleased, and I thank you for respecting the mood and tone that I have endeavoured to achieve in this council, because I think the best decisions come out of measured, equal challenge and debate. And I thank you for the way that you have responded to me as chair on that. So thank you. I'm going to call that to a close. Oh, sorry. There is one moment, Councillor Hansraj, if you wanted to say something quickly. Sorry. We've got 1 minute before we have to end debate.
Only to say that we also have to be responsible for our personal safety, and it isn't on that somebody spits at someone. That could be COVID-19. I personally feel that putting our addresses in public view is not safe.
We don't have to. We don't have to put our addresses in public view.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize. People just told me it's changed. Right. So thank you. Just wanted to make that point.
Thank you very much. Okay, so did you want to just come back very... No, we can't. Right, stop. We'll go to the vote. Thank you, members. If you're in favour of this motion, please would you indicate on the green button? Oh, okay, by affirmation. Are we all agreed? Oh, fantastic. Okay, wonderful. Right. Members, I'm going to carry on because I know... No, exactly. So what I'm proposing is we move back then to item 17 with questions from councillors. You'll appreciate there's 30 minutes maximum for all of those questions to be asked and answered. Can I ask that we do this as swiftly and efficiently as possible? Just referring to the question as written would be helpful. Any members who put questions but are no longer present, I propose that their answers should be given in writing. Okay, righto, so let's make a start then. So we're starting our 30 minutes from now. So the first question is from Councillor Daniel Lentel, to the Leader of the Council.
As read.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I hope Councillor Lentil will note that his question's actually been addressed earlier in the agenda with a report on the OCP, which will now go to Cabinet for formal approval. This has never been about one person deciding things.
Councillor Lentil, did you have a supplementary?
I just wonder whether the leader thinks that it might have been better to have had the debate before the decision was taken.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean, actually. Sorry.
Councillor Lentil, what did you mean by your supplementary?
The decision to participate in Ox Camargue has been taken before we've ever debated it in this chamber. We debated it tonight. It was a good debate. I enjoyed it.
No, it hasn't. There's a shadow board at the moment. The decision we took today was to continue to to make sure that continue to nominate me as a representative on the board proper, but currently it's just a shadow board. So that decision to pursue that was taken today after proper debate.
The Chief Executive would like to speak.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm sorry to just make a slight correction. The decision, the recommendation today was to support Cabinet to decide to continue with the Oxcam partnership. It's actually a decision of Cabinet, and so rather than just go straight into Cabinet, Councillor Lentil, we felt it was right and proper to bring the paper here so that Council could have a debate, and then it has provided its support to Cabinet, and a report will now go to Cabinet in March for Cabinet to formally take that decision to continue with the Oxcam partnership.
Thank you very much. Okay. The question from Councillor Carla Hoffman. Can we just confirm, Carla Hoffman was online, but I think she has now... No, okay, so we'll move on, and her question will be answered in writing. 17C, Councillor Sally Ann Hart.
As written on the papers, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor John Batchelor, would you like to
Yes, thank you very much for the question. As you can imagine, I've got a very long list here of, well, wonders of the Housing Department and what they have delivered. We've already touched on that in earlier debates. So I just see a few highlights, such as we've now got a dedicated team to make sure that there's meaningful tenant engagement. We're recognised as a beacon of national good practice in terms of domestic abuse and safeguarding. We've got ambitious plans, as we heard earlier, for climate emergency improvements of our housing. We're working hard to prevent homelessness, and we continue to deliver new high-quality homes. But the real thing, so the question was, do we believe, if I can find the question.
For you?
No, it's right, but it was to feel that
Do you believe that there are any particular risks that the Council currently faces in relation to council housing?
Yeah, and so the real reason for that, all those good things simply don't happen by chance. The reason we should feel confident in our housing department is because we've got a first-class management team, and that's backed up by a professional and dedicated workforce. So, well done them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Was your supplementary question answered, Councillor Hart? Yes, thank you. Okay, I can't... Oh, yes. So 17D from Councillor Natalie Warren-Green.
Thank you, Chair. I think part of my question's already been answered earlier in the meeting in terms of the scale of the support for South Cambridgeshire for the Ukrainian programme. So the key question I've got now is what the Council's main focus is at the moment to ensure hosts and guests get the support they need.
Thank you. I believe this leader, will that go to the lead member for communities? Councillor Bill Handley.
It'll be me, I think, yeah. Thank you for the question. As I said right at the beginning, South Cambs has seen the highest number of visas granted for by any local authority district in the country, almost 800, and of those 500, over 500 are still with us. So I can't really overstate the huge amount of work that our officers have had to put in to make the Homes for Ukraine scheme work in South Cambs, with numerous checks. What's that?
Somebody's bag is chiming.
It's not oh, right. It's not a fire alarm, at least. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, I can't overstate the huge amount of work that's gone in to make the Homes for Ukraine scheme work in South Cambs. Numerous checks, welfare visits, payments to be made. And actually they've gone further, providing community support initiatives such as the Free Bike Scheme, which we're running in partnership with Al Bikes, Cam Trust and Papworth Trust. They've done a fantastic job, considered exemplary actually by other local authority responses. Indeed, the Homes for Ukraine work has become embedded in work programmes now, and really can think of that as sort of phase one, really, of the council's response. And the question from Councillor Green was, you know, what are we doing now, or what are we going to do for going forward? So let's think of that as phase two, the next steps for the guests. And that's to do with thinking how we can help them into more independent living. Communications is key, and we've started with an information pack recently being sent out so that our guests know their options. Accessing private rented accommodation in our district is just a huge challenge. The significant gap between the nationally set local housing allowance and the cost of renting a home in South Cambs. However, with the clever use of available Home for Europe funding, the council has put in place mitigation in the form of rent deposit schemes, rent in advance, support for essential white goods and furniture, hardship funds and more. Another creative way to help is to make the families share accommodation, or suggest that the families share accommodation. Really makes rent more affordable, makes it more viable. Hasn't been a particularly straightforward nut to crack, but it's taken a lot of officer time and we feel we're there now. So it's just a case of watch this space and you'll see what we're proposing. We can't imagine what our Ukrainian guests have gone through, being away from their homes and loved ones, and in some cases, having lost their loved ones to the war. The council is going to continue to play its part in making life as good as it can possibly be for our Ukrainian guests at this terrible time. Our Homes for Ukraine team climbed a mountain in phase one of the scheme, but there's an even bigger one to climb in phase two. But they're a dedicated and capable bunch, and I'm absolutely confident that they will once again rise to the challenge. I'd just like to thank them wholeheartedly for what they've done.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hanley. I'm sure we agree with you. I think Councillor Dr. Susan van der Ven has left. So 17F is from Councillor Corin Garvey. Do you go ahead? Sorry. A real live Councillor Corin Garvey in front of me. Do go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chair. How might the newly formed Oxford-Cambridge partnership benefit South Cambridgeshire?
Thank you, Councillor Garvey. So we've already discussed this actually at quite some length today. So, you know, just to reiterate what I've said before, it will allow us to work on a regional scale to deliver environmentally sustainable economic growth that benefits communities across the district. If I could just give you an example of one of the environmental projects that I'd like to see rolled out further. I went up to Ouse Fen to see the work the RSPB have been doing on a massive aggregate extraction site. And as that site is extracting, so the RSPB are doing restorative work there to recreate wetlands. And there was 4 species of birds they were aiming to attract there. Bitterns, marsh harriers, reed warblers, and one other. And when I got up there, they were the far side of the site, there was massive diggers extracting all this stuff. The bit where they'd done the work was full of these birds. And I saw a marsh harrier, which I'd never seen before. And I wasn't there early enough to hear the bitterns, but I saw the reed warblers there. So, you know, that's a fantastic project which could be rolled out arc-wide, and particularly if things like East-West Rail, you know, happen, there will be more and more of these major extraction sites along there. So, you know, we could end up with an Oxford to Cambridge wetland project which will do a massive amount. So, you know, that's the kind of vision. That's what it's about. That can't be done on the smaller scale.
Thank you very much.
Might have a supplementary.
Yes, sorry.
Yes. What will you do if government rescinds on its promise that the OCP is focused on the economy and the environment and starts to talk about large-scale housing developments?
So that's a very smart question. I think the difference now is that whereas when it was the ARC, it was top-down government-led, this is now firmly locally led. And as I said earlier today, there's no appetite at all to deliver large-scale housing. I mean, they were talking about the NIC report of 2017 talked about a necklace of new developments the whole way along it. So there's no appetite from that. Certainly at the local level, and I don't actually think there is in government anymore. But you know, if they suddenly came back and started talking about 1 million homes, I'd be first in the line to object to it. And there's always the choice that we pull out of it and refuse to play ball.
Thank you very much. So moving on to item 17G, question from Councillor Paul Bearpark.
Thanks, Jobs. My question is for the lead member for finance, and it's as written on the paper.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we discussed a lot of this today already, but just to recap how we're responding, there are 5 things that we're doing. First of all, be on top of expenditure. And for that, we have an extremely good leadership team of this council, and it is extremely good at identifying value for money and where we can make savings. The second thing is that, of course, we introduced a transformation project, and you know, we've set aside a transformation fund, and we are using that to drive forward productivity across the council, particularly using automation and artificial intelligence. And as I say, again, that is driving value for money. Third thing we're doing is that we've made some very shrewd investments over the last 3 and 4 years. That is bringing in very good yields for us that are supporting our more traditional income streams of council tax and business rates. The fourth thing is that we need to target, and that we are targeting our support on those that need it. Rather than a blunderbuss approach, we are identifying people, principally for our cost of living crisis, identifying people that need our support, that, you know, the food banks and the warm hubs, etc. And finally, the fifth area is that we have, through our business support team, been making sure that our local businesses are supported and are given every opportunity to grow, because it's our businesses that provide the jobs, that give our residents the money to be able to spend and support other services in South Cambs.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Did you have a supplementary?
I do, yes. I'd just like to ask the lead member for finance what he thinks the most significant challenges will be over the next 3 years.
I think as it becomes clearer what the government's going to do with the fair funding review, then obviously the next 3 years is going to be all about countering the negative impacts of that, to make sure that we are able to continue to provide good quality services and to meet the needs of those most in need in our district.
Thank you very much. Councillor Graham Cone, would you like to go with your question?
Just as on the order paper, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is directed to the leader.
Could Councillor Henry Batchelor answer, please, on my behalf?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the answer I had prepared was quite lengthy, so I'll try and edit it down for speed. So the answer comes in 2 parts. Firstly, what we're doing in our own housing stock, and 2, what we're doing in private accommodation as well. So in terms of what we're doing with our own housing stock regarding the mould issue, we have instructed our repairs contractors to ask every single person who reports a repair of any kind if there are any other issues, specifically mould, in their properties. So regardless of what the repair contractor is in there to do, they will also be asking specifically about mould. We've also issued guidance to all non-technical staff who may be in people's houses to do other types of work, and the guidance revolves around how to identify mould and how to ensure it's properly reported. This guidance has also been sent to all of us as councillors too. We've also asked our repairs contractor to ensure that all mould issues are reported correctly as well. The big one that we're doing is also we're carrying out a stock condition survey this year, and we will instruct the surveyors to report any signs or reports of mould back to the council. And finally, if we identify a property that is high risk of developing mould, we will then fit it with sensors to record the environment that may lead to a growth of mould, for example, high temperatures and humidity. This will then help us to inform a tailored solution for each property. I will now move on to private sector housing and what we're doing here. So obviously we have slightly less control over this, Chair, but obviously it's a matter for environmental health, which is within my portfolio. So the steps we're taking here are we're reviewing our website to ensure that private tenants can readily find information on what they should do if they have poor housing conditions. A landlord forum will be held in the next few months, and a specific section on mould will be, and how to identify and treat it will be raised there. And a private sector stock condition survey will be completed by September of this year. So that is the heavily edited version of my answer.
Thank you very much for that summary. I'm rather hesitating. Do you have a supplementary?
I don't, Chair. I just wanted to thank the lead member for that answer, because I know it's something that residents are very concerned about, and I'm very reassured by the information that he has given to the council and residents.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Tom Bygott.
As written, Chair.
Thank you so much. So this is to Leader.
So I'm going to ask to defer to Councillor Toomey Hawkins, but just to say that I did attend Longstanton Parish Council meeting, and I'm pleased to see that in their question they say Longstanton residents are pleased that the loss of their groundwater is now being taken seriously by SCDC, because I wasn't quite sure that was the case last night, but I'm going to ask Councillor Hawkins to give some more detail, which I didn't have at my fingertips last night.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Councillor Bygott. I think I should say, first of all, that this administration has taken the groundwater issue very seriously since May 2018, when it was first brought to our attention by previous councillors, John Johnson and Malian. And that is why the HR Wallingford, etc. Process began. And of course, the meeting you referred to took place on the 26th of January, so yeah, it's just over 3 weeks. But in that time, we've been focusing on getting the actions that were agreed through. And basically, as of this week, we've now received correspondence from the LEG chair with the notes of the meeting. Secondly, officers from the council, just to let you know, we've not received anything yet from LEG on their engagement with HR Wallingford, which is one of the things that was discussed. But officers have made contact directly with HR Wallingford, and hopefully, if they respond, we can provide an update before the meeting, which is scheduled for this Friday. And also, lastly, the planning service, we have actually contacted L&Q and Homes England with respect to obtaining the CCTV information relation to phase 1 and the data for the groundwater on phases 1 and 2, again, as was discussed at that meeting. So really, what we're doing, or what we've been doing in the last 3 weeks, is making sure that all that information that was talked about, we can get it, and then any action we need to take will follow on from that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Did you have a supplementary, and if you could keep it brief?
Yes, Chair. What has the council learnt from the long-standing groundwater problem, and what steps has it taken to ensure that something similar doesn't happen at Waterbeach, Newtown, or any other future new town that the council plans?
Thank you. So, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Interesting. What have we learned? Things happen that you don't plan to happen. That we still don't know why what's happened. That's why the report. That's why we're still investigating. As to trying to prevent that happening again in the future until we know why it happened, I can't give you any assurances of what we can do to prevent it happening. I don't know what we're preventing.
Thank you very much. So the investigation's ongoing. Councillor Sue Ellington.
Thank you, Chair. As on paper.
Thank you very much. So, Leader.
Sorry, I keep passing them on. I don't pass it on to Councillor Electricity Mills here, who knows all things electricity.
Look forward to hearing from Councillor Electricity Mills.
Useless. Councillor Electricity. Okay. So, thank you for your question, Sue, referencing our solar farm and microgrid in Waterbeach. And clearly this was part of an extended programme of decarbonising the refuse fleet, which included the proposition to buy several electric refuse vehicles, which we're already doing, as you're aware, including my favourite, the rotating one.
Yeah, it's noisy.
With the Archimedes screw. I just thought I'd relax.
Very noisy.
Very sorry about that. So, so that REN project will create a solar array and a microgrid of electricity that includes battery storage. And clearly that is the opportunity for us to generate green power or renewable energy. And it'll have the capacity of supporting around 20 refuse vehicles each year. You asked, I think, previously or within there about what the difference between winter and summer usage. So there will be a significant difference. So in the winter, probably about 50 kilowatt hours to be generated. Whereas in the summer, in the midsummer, we're talking about maybe 79,000 kilowatt production. And obviously that will vary the amount of electric vehicles we can support without going back to the grid. And then that itself is going to be an issue because the local network provider UKPN have to provide us with more electricity than previously was available. So that's part of the project, is to get them to move ahead with effectively being able to provide more power.
Councillor Ellington, did you have a supplementary?
I was just going to ask if there is a plan B if the whole thing goes belly up and we have a really cloudy or snowy period like 63 when, you know, we were sort of there for about 3 months without any sign of sun.
Councillor Mills.
Thank you. We've had a conversation briefly about the snow effect, and clearly if you get 1963 levels of snow, which I remember well, because I was very excited to not be able to get out of my house because of the snow against the door. So clearly those are exceptional circumstances, and we'll have to make provision to make sure that we can clear the solar arrays from being blocked by heavy snow. Normally that wouldn't be a particular problem because, as I say, those solar arrays generate some heat. So as snow falls, it's likely to melt and therefore slip off the solar panels. But there's clearly an issue, and we clearly won't be able to take on more electric vehicles than we can charge, even with using the batteries as a supplemental power source, which will allow us to continue operating those more evenly, not only through the year, but day by day.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mark Howell.
As on the order, Peter.
Great, thank you.
The sign of a good leader, as they always delegate, so Councillor Henry Batchelor, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, very briefly, so essentially the items commonly known as POPs, or persistent organic pollutants, which more commonly known are things that are essentially upholstered, like sofas, chairs, etc., which now have to be disposed of in a very specific way, now also have to be collected separately from other bulky items as well, meaning that the service has had to essentially hire a separate van and deploy this van on its own round to solely collect these items. has meant that service has had to be reduced. The service for collecting these items has started up again, albeit on a much reduced scale, given the fact, the separate van issue. So the collection method has to have been assessed, and it will continue to be assessed. If the demand continues to rise, the service will look at getting another van. So, yeah, straightforward as that.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Howell, did you have a supplementary?
You'd be glad to know. No.
Oh, thank you very much. So, moving swiftly on, I just wanted to draw your attention to the Chair's engagements, and to add to that I attended the opening of the South Cambridgeshire Christmas Market at Camborne on the 11th of December, and also the groundbreaking at Oakington Recreation Ground on the 2nd of February. And that brings our formal business to a close, but I would just like to say a special thank you to Andy Francis for this, his first full council meeting, and for keeping the timing so beautifully. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, members, at 18:55, I'll call the meeting to a close.